Okay. All right. Okay. This meeting is now called to order, April 15, 2025. So while this meeting is being broadcast via Zoom, oral public comment may only be provided live at the City Council meeting in person. The City Council meeting is available for instant translation in over 50 languages with Wordly, accessible via mobile phone, computer, and video displays by scanning the QR code located on the title page of the agenda in the upper right-hand corner. So back to today's business. City Clerk Guzetta, please take the roll.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo,
Here.
Councilmember Chua,
Here.
Councilmember Lamb,
Here.
Councilmember Leanne,
Here.
Mayor Montano.
And I am here. So before we be adjourned to closed session, Acting City Attorney Creech, please brief the public on the closed session items for today.
Thank you, Mayor. There are 3 items on for closed session. The first is public employee appointment and hiring pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1. The position is interim city manager. There's also conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The agency's designated representative is Assistant City Attorney Christopher Creech. The employee organization is unrepresented. The position is interim city manager. The final item is conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. The agency's designated representative is Matt Kano, Assistant City Manager. The employee organizations is unrepresented. The position is city attorney.
Okay, thank you, Chris. So now we'll call for anyone in the public that wants to make a comment on any of the closed session items.
I have no public speaker cards, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. And we will do for 1 minute. Anyone in the public? Okay, so I see none. We will adjourn to closed session. Thank you. Good evening, everyone. So now we are coming back to order. And City Attorney, do you have anything to announce?
Yes, during closed session in relation to item A, the City Council by a vote of 4-1 has approved the appointment of Deanna Santana as interim city manager, subject to approval of a mutually agreeable contract and compensation. That issue is up for discussion as item 17 on the calendar. The vote is Vice Mayor Barbadillo, aye. Councilmember Chua, aye. Councilmember Lamb, aye. Councilmember Lian, nay. Mayor Montano, aye. Thank you very much, Mayor. There's nothing further to report out.
Thank you very much, City Attorney. So now we will rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Vice Mayor?
Ladies and gentlemen, the flag. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much, Vice Mayor. And so then now, Councilmember Chua will provide the invocation. Okay.
Thank you, Mayor. We pray our city, state, and natural leaders provide them with wisdom, understanding, and knowledge. Grant them favors, increase their faith, and prepare them to pursue your excellence. Draw them to you to fulfill your purpose. Lastly, guide our city leaders to keep our communities, businesses, and our residents safe. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Chua. And so now we will do the presentations. Tonight, it will be National Public Safety Telecommunications Week, Earth Day, Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month Proclamation, American Muslim Appreciation and Awareness Month Proclamation, and the Synopsis Championship Science Fair 2024 STEM Winners Certificate for the students. So the first one we will do is the Synopsis Championship Science Fair 2024 STEM Winners Certificate. Then, so council members, let's go down to the dais. The podium, rather. Okay, welcome everyone. So we are going to do the Synopsis STEM winners. The first person is Anish Agarwal. Anish? I think Chief, I think you're supposed to be over here as well, no? Yeah, come on over here, because you're, yeah, I watch you. Okay.
Oh, okay. Congratulations.
You want to take a picture?
Take a picture. Here, I'll take a picture.
Okay. And we're going to take turns with the council members. Thank you so much. We're going to skip to the one in the box.
Okay. Hi there. Thank you for coming this evening. We're so glad that you are here. We have a full house. Thank you for being involved. And commendation goes to, I hope I pronounce it right. If I don't, please correct me. Antar Aravind. Yay. Aravind Rao.
Okay, thank you. And I want to invite Forrest Williams, where are you at? Is he here? There you are. So Forrest Williams is a former city council member from the city of San Jose, and he's the one that coordinates this for all the students from Synopsis organization. Thank you. You got to be here. Thank you. So you're next.
Okay, you said the ones in the boxes, right? So here's another difficult name for me. This goes to Rithvik Vinod. Thank you.
William, you're next.
See who's next. This guy?
Yeah.
Okay, the next person who received the commendation is Gao Gao Leng.
And then Vice Mayor?
The next commendation goes to Natalie Faith Lin.
Okay, the next one is Arav Mishra.
Yeah. Next one is Rush Murgay.
Alex Han.
So you'll skip Maya. Skip Maya, and it could be contact. Should be the A name.
And this commendation goes to Anantika Savan.
Which one we are on now?
That should be Reba.
Just open this, just open this.
Okay, the next commendation goes to Ravi Shanuma. Ravera. Sorry.
The next commendation goes to Jixuan Emma Wang.
Vivian.
Okay, we have, this one is for Maya Mahesh Nayak. I don't think she's here, so we're going to do, the next one is Devi Aleti, or Devi Aleti. Not here? Okay, thank you very much, everyone, and congratulations for the Synopsis Awards. Actually, I want Forrest Williams to say a few words.
Good afternoon, everyone, or good evening, whichever you choose. But we at the Santa Clara Valley Science and Engineering Fair Association, we want to encourage youngsters to pursue their dreams. We want them to prepare themselves, and we encourage them to consider STEM as an option. There are many things that you can do in your life as you pursue your careers for the future. But we want engineering to be involved, or STEM to be involved, because those are the wheels that drive the economy. You cannot touch anything that an engineer has not had a hand in. The door, the lights, the switch, and also your cell phones. You can't live without those things. It's kind of like a passion. You know, where's my cell phone? Where's my cell phone? It's the encouragement that we give them now that will move them forward to the future. And I want to thank the mayor and the council members for sharing that idea, being with them, showing that you are responsible for them and they are doing good things. Too often we get the opportunity to see the newspaper and the television. They will just put things out that are bad, that kids are doing bad. But if they're doing something well, you don't get the chance to see them. So we thought that the cities who owns and is responsible for the parents and the students, you see them that they are doing well and they have the capability to help us shape the future. So I thank you again, thank all of the winners. Let's give the winners another hand. Yeah, good, good. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Forrest. Williams, former city council member from the city of San Jose. Okay, so now it's time for, oh, you want to take them? Yeah, good, good. Oh, so by the way, I also serve on the board for Engineers for Tomorrow, E4T. And what we do, we have workshops at Santa Clara University to do workshops on robotics, STEM, and it's to recruit a lot of minorities in middle school. So that way it'll inspire them to become engineers. So we need to talk.
We need.
Okay, okay. All right, sounds great. Okay, so now, thank you very much, everyone, and congratulations to all the students. This is National Public Safety Telecommunications Week. Annually in April, we honor telecommunications personnel in the public safety community. National Public Safety Telecommunications Week celebrates and thanks the hardworking men and women dedicating their lives to improving and serving the public as the first and most critical contact members of the public have with emergency services, and are a vital link for our police officers, firefighters, and paramedics. Join me, Mayor Carmen Montano, and the Milpitas City Council in proclaiming the week of April 13th, 2025 as National Public Safety Telecommunications Week in the city of Milpitas. So actually, it's supposed to be April 13th through 19th. Thank you very much, and this will be the proclamation, and I don't know if we have somebody from the city that wants to receive this. Daniel. And we have our chief. Yeah. You guys are here, awesome. Oh, you want to say something? Come on. Yeah, sure.
Good evening, everybody. Jared Hernandez serving as your police chief. I just want to take very, very quickly, and then I want to pass it off to Lena because these are some really important folks here. But I just wanted to point out that in the city of Milpitas, because of your council, we're full service. We have a dispatch center that makes sure that when you need help, you get police officers at your door, that you get firefighters at your door, that you get paramedics at your door. After hours, when pipes break, they make sure that Public Works make it to the place to fix that so our roadways are safe. There's firefighters in the back of the room, there's firefighters in the front of the room, there's police officers to our flank on the side over here. Those folks are heroes, but they don't make it to your house without these folks. And so our dispatch center does a tremendous job each and every day. There are state standards for how quickly you're supposed to answer phone calls. Our dispatch center destroys the state record every year, and they have since their inception. In 2024, they answered 97.4% of calls in less than 10 seconds. So just imagine how fast it is that they do work. I have with us today Lena Sillis, who started as a dispatcher, became a dispatch supervisor, and now manages our support services division. So she oversees records and dispatch. So I'm going to invite her real briefly because she's going to introduce, we have a special hero amongst our dispatch center with us, and that's Belin Anaya, who is a Milpitas resident, grew up in Milpitas, much like myself, and she was nominated as our Dispatcher of the Year. We have an awards ceremony that Belin's not going to be able to make it to, so we're going to hijack just 2 minutes of the council meeting because her son's here with her, and we think it's really special for her to be acknowledged in front of her family. So, Lena?
So as Chief stated, Belin is homegrown here. She has been with the department for over 14 years, consistently demonstrating skill, professionalism, and heart. As a communications training officer, she has mentored new dispatchers, shaping the future of the communications center. Since returning from her leave in March of last year, she has shown exceptional work ethic, often stepping up to assisting during staffing shortages and offering to support coworkers. Belin's calm and compassionate demeanor reassures people in crisis, providing comfort and critical information. She leads by example and remains a vital team member. We do appreciate her. We recognize her as this year's 2024 Dispatcher of the Year. So we also have Rochelle Boyd. She's been a dispatcher for the last 5 years, and she also is a vital role in the dispatch center. And Jamie Sears, our supervisor, she's been with us the last 6 years, and she is also an amazing part of our team. So thank you for your critical.
Oh, do you want to bring your son up? Your family? That's all right, we got you. And Jamie, do you want your 2 kids to come up?
Yeah, please. Photo.
Come on up here, little people. Future dispatchers, all up here.
Thank you so much for that, for our dispatchers. Okay, so now we are moving on to Earth Day. So on April 22nd, we recognize Earth Day and the vital importance of environmental protection in Milpitas and around the world. This year's theme, Our Power, Our Planet, reminds us that we all have a role to play in accelerating clean energy and sustainability. I invite our community to reflect on what we can each do individually and together, to invest in our planet and ensure a cleaner, greener future for generations to come. Join me, Mayor Carmen Montano, and the Milpitas City Council in proclaiming April 22nd, 2025 as Earth Day in the city of Milpitas. And we have here a proclamation, and do we have anyone that is, who is going to, who's going to be receiving this?
Frank.
Okay, Frank.
Well, the Energy, Environment, and Sustainability Commission, we had a couple of good events so far this year, one for climate change films that we saw at the library in Milpitas, as well as a booth at the Earth Day event. And we'll have some more events coming up the rest of the year. Nothing scheduled just yet.
All right, thank you very much.
I'm the liaison to the Energy and Sustainability Commission, and they really work hard. They have events back to back, and I want to thank the staff on the leadership with Elaine, and also Frank and the commissioners. Elaine, can you say a few words?
Sure. Good evening, everyone. I'm Elaine Marshall, Deputy Public Works Director, and I do want to thank and recognize the Energy and Environmental Sustainability Commission for all the hard work promoting sustainability and raising awareness for climate action here in Milpitas. As the mayor said in the proclamation, the theme this year is Our Power, Our Planet. It does also encourage everybody to take actions to electrify their homes. We also now have the Go Electric Milpitas program, where we have additional rebates and incentives for folks to convert their natural gas appliances to clean electric. So look forward to more information on the Go Electric Milpitas program coming out soon, if you haven't already seen it, and for electrification Tuesdays at City Hall to start actually next week. So thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for all your hard work. Did you want to take a picture? Did we take a picture? Okay, yeah, we took a picture already. Okay, so the next one is Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month. So on April 22nd, we recognize Earth Day and the vital importance of environmental protection in Milpitas and around the world. But we have already read that. You gave me the wrong one. Actually, you didn't give me the arts one. But do you have it? If not, that's okay. So we are giving a proclamation to the Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month. You know, art is very important in Milpitas. We're just in the process of creating an arts master plan. Soon you will be seeing murals and a lot of art in the city of Milpitas. And this proclamation is to commend all the arts and the culture and creativity in the city of Milpitas. So I will read this proclamation. Whereas Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month of April is the 6th annual statewide celebration, the first established by the California legislature in 2019. And whereas the city of Milpitas believes that arts, culture, and creativity are essential to our thriving community. And whereas the benefits of the arts impact our health by reducing depression, lowering stress, hormones, and increasing longevity through regular engagement and attendance at cultural events. And now, therefore, I, Carmen Montano, and the Milpitas City Council, and on behalf of the City Council, do hereby proclaim April 2025 in Milpitas as Arts, Culture, and Creativity Month. And we have someone we have our Arts Commissioner. Renee?
Hello, everyone. I'm Jessica Kwong with Silicon Valley Creates. We are the County of Santa Clara's designated arts agency. Our mission is to elevate Silicon Valley's creative culture. We work across the county to do that. We build the cultural sector's capacity, raise the voice and visibility of our creative culture, and increase access to arts for historically under-resourced communities. So in Milpitas specifically, that work includes providing grants to schools such as Joseph Weller Elementary, William Burnett, John Sinnott, for students to access arts education programming. Tonight, I want to thank the City of Milpitas for recognizing the role of the arts that they play in uplifting our communities, contributing to the health of our local residents, educating our youth, and building social cohesion, especially at this time when federal grants for the arts are being cut and artists of color are under attack. Artists do so much for our community, so we really appreciate the City of Milpitas for this recognition. Thank you.
Good evening. Thank you, everyone. The arts are extremely important. Later this evening, our City Council will be hearing about our Public Art Master Plan. Art creates beautiful places, but it also is placemaking, sense of belonging, and supports culture and the richness of living in Milpitas. So we look forward to continuing to provide those beautiful opportunities for our residents. Thank you.
And now we're moving on to the American Muslim Appreciation and Awareness Month. This month, we recognize American Muslim Appreciation and Awareness Month, honoring the deep contributions of the Muslim Americans to our nation's history and to the fabric of our own Milpitas community. From science and medicine to civic leadership and cultural arts, Muslim Americans enrich our city every single day. As we celebrate this month, we also recommit ourselves to the values of inclusion, respect, and unity. Join me, Mayor Carmen Montano, and the Milpitas City Council in proclaiming April 2025 as American Muslim Appreciation and Awareness Month in the city of Milpitas. Let us stand together in appreciation and support of our Muslim neighbors and all who call Milpitas home. Thank you very much. And we have this proclamation to give to the American Muslim Appreciation and Awareness Month. So, to our Muslim brothers and sisters, you can come on up. And we also have the Zakat Foundation here. We don't want to hide. Can you get us all in?
Oh, we have more space around here.
Oh, there's one more. I think there's one. Oh. Thank you, everyone. And you want to say a few words?
Hello, everyone. Good evening. I just want to thank Mayor Bontan and the council members to recognize the Muslims. And we have a lot of Muslims here. I don't know the numbers, but we have a mosque close by right here and walking distance to the places. Everyone is welcome anytime. You know, we pray 5 times a day. And in fact, we just finished the Ramadan. This is a good timing. I think it's just, I really appreciate it. We just finished the Ramadan, and then we had the Eid, and then another one is coming within a couple of months. But if you live in Milpitas or wherever you live, you're welcome to visit the mosque anytime, and you're welcome anytime. Thank you, appreciate it. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you everyone for these appreciations that we give. Thank you. This is it. Thank you. Okay, now let us move on to the public forum. So members of the public are invited to speak on any item that does not appear on today's agenda. Please note that oral public comment may only be provided live at the city council meeting in person. Public forum will be limited to 1 minute. Call for speakers, city clerk.
Yes, I have the following speaker cards. The first is Elijah Keys, followed by Voltaire Montemayor, then Christina Ramos, and then Srija Pavluri.
Thank you. Welcome.
Do I have 1 minute, 2 minutes, or 3 minutes? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
We have 1 minute.
Very good.
Because we have a large group.
Very good. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Elijah Keys. I run a law firm in Milpitas focused on wills, trusts, and estate planning for the elderly. I have found that over my time here that I have found identity theft, family theft, and a great deal of inconvenience and harm to the seniors in our community. And so for 2 years now, we have rented a shredding truck the Saturday after tax day to invite members of the public to come and shred confidential documents. Last year, we had 200 people who came, and we raised more than $1,000 for the Alzheimer's Association. This year, we're inviting members of the public to come again. We have the Alzheimer's Association who is joining, as well as members of the Business Development Unit for the City of Milpitas. We're hoping that we can get more than 200 people to come and more than $2,000 raised for the Alzheimer's Association. The event is being held on Saturday from 10 to 12 at 500 East Calaveras Boulevard. There will be a shredding truck. We've rented the entire space,
You can continue.
Thank you. We've rented the entire space behind our office, and there will be food, music, and we're trying to get as many seniors to come out and shred their materials as possible to try to save them and their families from harm and things that we then have to save them for, because people pay us thousands of dollars to save them from this. I'd rather do it for free.
Thank you very much. Appreciate that.
I have flyers here that I can leave, or if you'd
sure.
like.
Oh, right there?
Renee can take.
Oh, Renee can pick them up. Thank you very much. Okay.
After that, we have Voltaire Montemayor, followed by Christina Ramos, and then Srija Pavluri.
Voltaire Montemayor, Milpitas. I'm really touched. I'm trembling having these proclamations. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, no degree of orders. So in engineering, I am with engineering. I'm not good in X cube parabola though. I called 911 and my name is always there, so they're good. And Earth Day, same as the previous speaker, it aligns with this Shred Day. So from the tree. And Art, can we have a welcome Milpitas at the hill someday, please? And the American Muslim, I played with you guys. I played ping pong with you guys, but I'm number 3. I played basketball with you. We do Ramadan. I spent Ramadan for a month in Japan when I was sent by the Philippine government to study in Japan. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Montemayor.
Next, we have Christina Ramos, followed by Srija Pavluri.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Christina Ramos, your Senior Government Affairs for PG&E, and I just came out tonight to introduce myself and let you know that I'm here to support you guys in all things with energy infrastructure. I know that I'm reached out to a few of you guys a few times and happy to sit down and have more conversation if needed, like I did with Mayor Montano, so I appreciate that. And also for your city administration, looking forward to meeting with you again as well this year to look how we can partner together over the next year and longer if need be, but just wanted to come out and introduce myself so that you have a face to the name. Thank you. Have a good evening.
Good evening.
And finally, we have Srija Pavuluri.
Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Srija Pavaluri, and I'm proud to serve as the Government Affairs and Policy Associate at Toronto Wireless, a next-generation fixed wireless access technology company headquartered in Milpitas. Over the past 4 years, we raised nearly $1.2 million for the Valley Medical Foundation at our Stars and Strides community run to support and celebrate our frontline hospital workers in recognition of their selfless service both during and since the COVID-19 pandemic. This year, we ask you to join us on Saturday, June 28th for our 5th annual Bloom Energy and Toronto Wireless Stars and Strides Community Run to raise an additional $300,000 for the Valley Health Foundation with 3,000 paying participants and 400 volunteers. Tonight, we have 3 requests. First, please register yourself and your family at starsandstridesrun.com. Second, please reach out to your own community members. Third, we would be honored to work with your professional staff to be included in any online community communications between now and race day. Please, thank you. Please join us in Discovery Meadow in San Jose on June 28th to celebrate and support our frontline healthcare workers and spread the word throughout your communities. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Are there any cards?
I have no additional public speaker cards, Mayor.
Is there anyone from the public that would like to make any comments? Okay, thank you. Seeing none, so we're moving on to the announcements of conflict of interest and campaign contributions. We have Acting City Attorney Creech.
Thank you, Mayor. I ask the mayor and each council member whether he or she has any financial or personal conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
I have none.
Councilmember Chua.
None.
Councilmember Lamb.
None.
Councilmember Lian.
None.
Mayor Montano.
I do have so I'm disclosing that I have received a $150 candidate contribution for to my committee for when I ran for mayor. And again, this was back 10 months ago in July 2024, which predates the application to the city manager position via the recruitment agency in March 2025. Thank you. Okay, and
so I take that as is that an announcement for the campaign contributions in a moment?
right.
Okay, then can we get a quick answer for the personal financial conflict of interest? I think you're a nay on, you have none?
No conflict of interest.
Then I ask the mayor and each council member to please disclose any campaign contributions of $100 or more received in the last 12 months from any of the parties entering into contracts with the city on tonight's agenda, or contributions received from development project applicants for development projects on tonight's agenda.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
None.
Councilmember Chua.
None.
Councilmember Lamb.
None.
Councilmember Lian.
None.
Mayor Montano.
So yes, so I'm disclosing that I received $150 from the candidate tonight's agenda. And again, just to be clear, the contribution was given to my campaign committee 10 months ago for my re-election for mayor in July 2024, which predates the application to the city manager position via the recruitment agency on March 2025.
And for clarity of the records, for the candidate Deanna Santana, is that correct?
Correct.
Thank you very much, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So now the reading of the City Council Code of Conduct. We have Vice Mayor Chua that would like to read this.
Thank you, Mayor. Milpitas City Council Code of Conduct. Be respectful and courteous. Model civility. Avoid surprises. Praise publicly and criticize privately. Focus on the issue, not the person. Refrain from using electronic devices while on the council dais. Disclose conflicts of interest and affiliations related to agenda items. Separate governing from campaigning. The council speaks with one voice after making policy on issues. Respect the line between policy and administration. Council will hold one another accountable to comply with this code of conduct. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Chua. And now we will move on to the approval of the agenda. Is there anyone that would like to make any changes before we make a motion? Okay. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, so now call for, so now we're going to restate the motion, and so this is for, this is motion by Councilmember Chua and seconded by Vice Mayor Barbadillo. And so now we'll call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo?
Aye.
Councilmember Chua?
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb?
Aye.
Councilmember Leanne?
Aye.
Mayor Montano?
Mayor, I forgot.
Councilmember Chua, did you want to move?
I would like to, amend my motion to move item 17 before item 14.
Oh, is there a second?
Does Councilmember Barbadillo accept that, that amendment to the motion? Or Vice Mayor?
Okay, so it was the amended motion was from Councilmember Chua and seconded by Vice Mayor Barbadillo. And so then now we'll call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo?
Aye.
Councilmember Chua?
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb?
Aye.
Councilmember Leanne?
Aye.
Mayor Montano?
And I am an aye. Thank you. And so now we'll move on to public hearings, city manager. The consent calendar, sorry about that. Move on to the consent calendar. Hold on a minute. Okay, got my mixed up. Okay, so ask staff for any comments?
No comments from staff on the consent calendar, Mayor.
Okay, is there a motion for calendar to be proceed as agendized? We have.
Motion to approve the consent items.
So it was motioned by Councilmember Leanne and seconded by Vice Mayor Barbadillo. So we'll call for the vote.
We need to call for public comment, Mayor?
Is there a public comment on the consent calendar?
I have no public speaker cards.
Do you have any public speakers? Okay, seeing none. Any comments from the public on the consent calendar? Okay, seeing none, we'll call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo?
Aye.
Councilmember Chua?
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb?
Aye.
Councilmember Leanne?
Aye.
Mayor Montano?
And I am an aye. Thank you. Okay, now we'll move on to the public hearings. City manager.
Thank you, Mayor. And we, based on the consent, based on the change to the agenda, we will then hear item 17 next. We want to make sure that's aligned with the change that we made, correct, City Clerk?
Yes, that was the change, was to move item 17 immediately after the consent calendar.
Thank you. So I will go ahead and introduce item 17. So, yes, and Kelly Parmalee, our HR director, is in the audience for any questions as we move forward. But so item 17 is to adopt a resolution appointing an interim city manager. The city of Milpitas, as a council manager form of government, requires the city council to appoint a city manager or chief executive to handle the day-to-day operations and administration of the city. With the departure of city manager Ned Thomas effective April 16th, 2025, this requires the city council to take action to ensure that there's an effective transition until a permanent city manager can be appointed. In February of 2025, the City Council convened a subcommittee to guide the process of recruiting and hiring an interim city manager. And that subcommittee retained the services of an executive recruitment from a professional firm to facilitate the process. This process was facilitated to search and identify and preliminary screen candidates. Those candidates were interviewed on April 1st by the full City Council at a special meeting in closed session. And at that meeting, the City Council provided direction and authority to the City Attorney to negotiate a contract for the interim city manager position with support by the HR director in the city. On April 15th, today, the City Council met in closed session to complete their consideration of who to appoint as an interim city manager. And based on the closed session report out from City Attorney Chris Creech, that person would be Deanna Santana. So the recommendation in front of you this evening is to adopt a resolution to appoint Deanna Santana as the interim city manager effective on approval and until a permanent city manager is appointed. To approve and authorize the mayor to execute an employment agreement on behalf of the city, and to authorize the assistant city manager or designee to take such other actions as necessary and appropriate to carry out the purpose of this appointment.
And Mayor, if I may, for a matter of legal compliance, the compensation as stated in the proposed contract is $379,000 annually with such benefits as stated in that contract.
Okay, thank you for that. And so now we call for public comments.
I have no public speaker cards, Mayor.
And council discussion. We have anyone from the public that would like to make public comment? There's no one, so. Oh, come on down, Mr. Voltaire.
Voltaire Multimayor of Milpitas. Actually, I'm kind of in the same booth of being interim president of an association. It's not easy, at least to be appointed as interim in City of Milpitas. This should be not much problem, and it's better rather than waiting and waiting, but there's one. But anyway, there could be I couldn't think of a lot of contenders there. I'm not mentioning names on faces, but for me, it's okay for the action. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? If there is someone else, please come to the podium. Thank you.
Yeah, my name's Reed. I thought we were going to talk about that NCMU Proposition 14, and you guys didn't even look at City Council.
I'm sorry, sir. We're talking about item 17 right now. The NCMU is item 15.
Excuse me.
And sir, there will be an opportunity for public comment on that item when it comes up.
Will be?
Yes, sir.
Come on up.
I understand that Council Member Evelyn Chua requested item number 17 before item 14, but I request if you see most of the public is here for item 15, can we prioritize that one so that everybody have babies, kids we need to go to? So please.
This item will not take long, so we will be getting to item 15 soon.
Cool. Thank you so much for considering.
This won't take too long. Thank you. Okay, anyone else from the public? Okay, now moving on to council discussion. Anyone from the council? We have Councilmember Chua.
No, it's me. Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to express some
Councilmember
thoughts.
Lan, sorry, that was Councilmember Chua. Okay.
Thank you. I just wanted to express some thoughts on this recent interim city manager's recruitment process. We as the city of Milpitas, known for being transparent and fairness, and at the time that the city suffers a deficit, we're trying to cut corners here and there to come up with a $3.1 million so that we can have a balanced budget. Instead of appointing an interim city manager from within our organization to save costs, to save some money, we went ahead and started with the recruitment, and this will put us in a deeper and a much larger deficit. And that was the reason why I voted no for this process. And I just want that to be on the record. And I appreciate that Mayor Montana came out disclosing that $150 was donated or contributed to her campaign from this candidate. And I'm not sure the process is fair, but she voted to hire this interim city manager. So thank you. Just want that on the record.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Lin. So just to be clear, there is nothing illegal, and I will have our city attorney go ahead and make a comment on that.
So the Milpitas does have a campaign contribution ordinance. It states that that individuals should not generally receive contributions over $250 and should disclose contributions over $100, which I understand has occurred tonight.
Thank you. There is no conflict of interest. Thank you for that. And now we have anyone else want to make a comment? Okay. So now we need a motion and a second if there are no council members that want to make any more comments. Okay, need a motion. We have Councilmember Chua.
Motion to approve recommendations 1, 2, and 3 as stated on the council agenda.
Okay, I'll make a second. We have Councilmember Barbadillo.
Second.
So it was motioned by Councilmember Chua and seconded by Vice Mayor Barbadillo. And now we'll call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo?
Aye.
Councilmember Chua?
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb?
Aye.
Councilmember Lian?
I have a problem because there's 3 parts to this, and I didn't agree to one of it. So how should I vote on this?
City Attorney?
So the motion is as stated as to all 3 items. So the vote would
Okay.
be to the motion as a whole.
Then nay for me.
Mayor Montano?
Aye. Okay, so now we've already made, the motion was made, it was seconded, and now we all voted. And so now restate the motion. Can you, City Attorney, when you restate the motion?
So the motion, as I understood it, was to adopt a resolution to appoint interim city manager Deanna Santana effective on approval and until a permanent city manager is appointed, to approve and authorize the mayor to execute an employment agreement on behalf of the city, and to authorize the assistant city manager or designee to take such other actions are necessary and appropriate to carry out the purpose of this appointment. That's what I understood the motion to be.
Correct. All right, thank you. And so now, we already voted, so now let's move on. We have to move on to the next item.
We're ready to move on to the next item, Mayor. Item 14.
This will be item 14.
Thank you, Mayor. So I'd like to introduce Planning Director Jay Lee and his team. This item is to adopt a resolution to amend the site development permit and approve a density bonus permit to modify the design and unit configuration of a building at 1355 California Circle. And as I mentioned, Planning Director Jay Lee and his team are here for a brief presentation prior to your deliberation.
Good evening, council members. We are here with the project as Acting City Manager Matt Cano stated, and we have Senior Planner Michael Fasadi here to deliver the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Director Lee. Good evening, Council, Mayor, fellow staff.
and members of the Milpitas community. My name is Michael Fasadi. I'm a senior planner here with the City of Milpitas, and the presentation in front of you this evening is for the Pulte Home Affordable Apartment Modification at 1355 California Circle. Hopefully we can get some slides up. There we go. All right. Pulte Homes has partnered with Waterford Property Company to modify the previously approved apartment building that will host up to 75 affordable apartment units. The following image is a rendering of this proposed apartment building. Next slide, please. Here we see the satellite view of the properties. It's outlined in yellow. The site is located close to the northern part of Milpitas, south of Dixon Landing Road. Next slide, please. The map above demonstrates the project site's zoning designation. The purple area is the mixed-use residential, MXD zoning district is what we refer to it as, which is the same zoning district directly to the east. The red area is a general commercial zoning district, and the green is a park and open space. Next slide, please. On November 7th, 2023, the City of Milpitas City Council approved a development consisting of 131 townhome condominium residential units, up to 51 feet in height, and a 75-unit residential apartment building up to 77 feet in height for a total of 206 residential units. We refer to that as the 1355 California Circle project. This was submitted by Pulte Homes. The image above is the site plan of there we go. The image above is the site plan of the 6.7 acre site. Pulte is on their way to develop the 131 townhomes, but the approved apartment building shown to this image, that's currently then above left, has not been developed yet. The remainder of this presentation will highlight the modifications being proposed. So as previously stated, the picture in the upper left is of the previously approved apartment, while the picture on the right is the proposed design. The previously approved apartment was an L-shaped design, 6 stories in height, with a concrete look ground floor base. The new design is more of a U-shaped design, lower in height because it's actually 5 stories, with a brick veneer ground floor base. Next slide, please. Here's a south elevation of the existing and proposed apartment building. The existing apartment building that was approved at the top of the slide includes 75 affordable apartments with a mixture of studios, 1 and 2 bedroom units. The affordability of the existing project includes 31 apartments reserved for low-income households and 44 apartments reserved for moderate-income households. The proposed design is at the bottom of the slide, also has 75 apartments, which include 31 bedrooms, 21 2-bedrooms, and 24 3-bedrooms. This project will preserve all 75 units for either low or very low income households. In exchange, the applicant has requested a modification to our agreement. Currently, Pulte will only be allowed to occupy 85 townhomes of their 131 townhomes unless they start construction of the affordable apartment project. Since they needed to find a new development partner, they lost time in developing the apartment while the townhome construction had continued. Pulte is now asking that they'd be allowed to occupy 111 townhomes of their 131 townhomes before starting construction of the apartment project. This flexibility would help Pulte continue progress to eventually sell their approved apartment townhomes without hindering the apartment project. Next slide, please. Since the project includes affordable units, it qualifies for the density bonus permit. The density bonus permit allows developers to ask for concessions, waivers, or incentives from the development standards held by the city, as long as the developer can prove that the concessions, waivers, or incentives supports the project to remain affordable. In 2023, the applicant received multiple waivers to develop the project. Since the proposed apartment building remains affordable, the applicant has requested multiple waivers and incentives for the city to consider, which include the following: a waiver to develop into the front setback, a waiver to develop into the side setback, a waiver to go over the 45-foot limit, which would typically require a conditional use permit, and a parking reduction that would allow 86 parking spaces. That parking reduction is actually consistent with the minimum standards of state density bonus law. The applicant has provided justification for the proposed waivers as an exhibit attached to the agenda report. Next slide, please. A number of our departments have reviewed this project and confirmed that it meets the public health, welfare, and safety concerns of the city. Next slide. The notice of this project, a notice for this project to move forward, we published the application, or we published the project in the Milpitas Post. We placed a sign directly in front of the property. The city also sent 254 postcards for the informing residents and property owners within 300 feet of the site of the proposed project. Prior to the project going to City Council, it was presented to the Planning Commission. And at that time, the city received 4 comments. Those comments were from the following individuals stating support for the project. MUSD President Cheryl Jordan, California School Employees Association President Sherry Ames, Milpitas Teachers Association President Clarissa Isbell, and Milpitas Management Association President Chin Song. Per the comments, they supported the project because it's associated with a promise from Pulte Homes to give first right of refusal on at least 50% of the units to Milpitas Unified School District employees who qualify for low income or very low income housing incomes. Yesterday, we received an additional comment. I believe it was from the California Housing Defense Fund in support of the project as it's affordable. Next slide, please. In order to recommend approval for this project, findings must be made for the site development permit amendment. Those findings have been made in the staff report. Next slide, please. Furthermore, the project has to clear environmental review. Many of you know that as a CEQA, California Environmental Quality Act. The initial project that was reviewed in November 2023 has an environmental impact report, also referred to as an EIR, that was certified by the City Council at that time. CEQA Section 15162 states that when an EIR has been certified, no subsequent EIR shall be prepared for the project unless the lead agency, which is the City of Milpitas, determines that there is a substantial change or new information of substantial importance to occur. Staff provided the City Council a memorandum stating the analysis the City of Milpitas Planning Department did to determine that neither a substantial change or new information provided to require subsequent environmental analysis was necessary. So in summary, the previously approved mitigation monitoring plan will adequately still address any environmental concerns if the City Council approves this project. Next slide, please. So in closing, staff recommends the City Council open the public hearing to receive comments, close the public hearing, consider the exemption in accordance to CEQA, and adopt the resolution approving the site development permit and density bonus permit based on the findings and conditions of approval. This concludes staff's summary of the project. The applicant, I'd like to introduce Jim Sullivan, representing Pulte Homes. Jim has brought additional Pulte Homes representatives, and I believe members of Waterford Property Company, the development partner for the apartment building, is online virtually to answer any questions you may have, along with myself. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Michael Fasadi. And so now I'm going to open the public hearing and call for comments. Before that, we have City Manager wants to make a few comments.
Thank you, Mayor. And just wanted to clarify, we have 2 separate planning related items this evening. This first one is what Michael Fasadi just presented on, and I know there are a number of speakers on both items this evening. If you are in fact here for the NCMU item, which is coming up next, you definitely have the ability to comment on this item as well, but I just want to clarify, if you're just here for the NCMU item and that's all you want to comment on, you can wait to comment until that item comes up. Thank you.
Thank you. Since we're opening the public hearing, Mayor. Then I'm just going to ask to keep things moving. We're going to have both microphones up front open. I'll call up multiple speakers at once. Please line up and distribute yourselves between those microphones. As each speaker concludes, I'll ask the next speaker to be ready to speak at the next time. I'll announce the next three after each speaker. Thank you for your help in making tonight's meeting run smoothly. So the first speaker is going to be Arthur Selvarat Sarafa, followed by Pranav Bol, and then Mahesh Patil.
Good evening, everybody. So this is Mahesh Patil. I don't have any comment for 14, but I do have a comment for 15. I'll wait for 15.
We're accepting public comment at the next item for item 15.
Yeah.
This is for item 14, not item 15.
Yeah, same here. I'm here for.
Can you speak closer to the mic?
Right. I'm here to comment on item number 15. Right. Thanks.
All right, the next speakers that I have listed are Ashit, and then Kiran and Amber Wong.
Remember, these are for item 14, not item 15.
Hi everyone, my name is Ashit. I am strongly opposing any new housing developments. I'm going to speak on both 14 and 15. If you look at the number of households...
Is this for item 15?
14.
Well, both.
Yep. So I should get 5 seconds more. Sorry to interrupt. Yeah. So basically, I am going to talk about we have done enough as a Milpitas as a city. When we look at the data of the housing, we have done almost 20 housing units per 1,000 per capita if you look at it compared to our neighbors. So nobody should say that we have not done enough. Second thing is, as a Milpitas, I have been living in this city for more than 12 years. We need to first fix our infrastructure. First, fix that, fix the quality of the order, quality of the schools, quality of the traffic, because without you fix any of this and doing more agenda, more housing to it, you are adding more chaos, you are adding more fuel to the fire. So first fix that part and then go with any new housing development before you do any of that. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, we have, please.
We will not, please, no clapping, shouting, yelling. Just please be respectful. Thank you.
Next, we have Kiran, followed by Amber Wong, and then Shalini Varma.
Hi, everybody. Thanks for the session. If you want a good turnout for your session, you just need to put housing on the agenda. Look at this turnout every time we see that. So, and one of the things I find surprising is these no surprises in the code of conduct, but every time I find myself being invited to this meeting is about the housing. And I've lived here for the last 25 years. The concern is about too much population, too much housing since I've seen in the last 25 years. It is crowding the street, as we know. It is draining the infrastructure, and it is lowering the quality of life here for the residents who have already been there. So I would propose putting a moratorium on housing, new housing development for next 10 plus years, so that we don't get to hear this item again and again on this agenda, and it somehow sneaks in, and it comes as an unpleasant surprise. So anything we do around not building anything more is what I would be voting for. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Amber Wong, followed by Shalini Varma, and then Anup Prabhu.
Hi, my name's Amber, and I strongly oppose affordable housing as proposed for Amendment 14 and 15. Milpitas is a small town. Residents have been here for many years, and we just love our way of life. To add more housing would absolutely devastate our way of life without providing the proper infrastructure here, including schools and roads and new shops. This will crowd our schools. We need more schools, not more students and population. We need better infrastructure. This will cause more traffic at the 880 in Junction, which it is already, has a lot of problems, especially with the train station. And Calaveras, no one really wants to drive through there, especially during traffic hours. This will increase our trash, decrease our property value, increase crime, and decrease our quality of life. We want more shops, better roads, solutions to the trash dump that everyone can smell, not more housing, not DEI.
Thank you.
Next is Shalini Varma, followed by Anup Prabhu, and then Archana Batari.
Good evening, everyone. I'm strongly opposed the affordable housing which is proposed in 14 and 15. I live at Berylwood Lane, which is very close to Milpitas Boulevard and Dixon Landing intersections. I have been living here for the past 10 years and I see a lot of changes here. It used to be very peaceful and a very nice place to live in. Now I see more housing here without proper infrastructure in Milpitas. I am not in favor of the affordable housing at all. I think Milpitas city should have more hospitals, schools and parks. The view is going to be spoiled. The traffic is going to increase. There would be more overcrowding at Weller Elementary School, the middle school and the high school. The parking is becoming very bad nowadays and it's even going to 880 is getting very difficult. So I'm not in favor of it at all. And my question is, why has the meeting been scheduled on the day that the last day of tax? And like it's a spring break for everybody, and half of the people are out of town.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Anup Prabhu, followed by Archana, and then Ankith.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. Thanks for this opportunity to talk. So I have been a Milpitas resident. Sorry, my name is Anup Prabhu. I have been a Milpitas resident for the last 9 years, initially as a renter and now as a homeowner. My kids grew up here right from elementary, and now my daughter is in middle and my son is in elementary, 4th grade. Over the last 9 years or so, we have only seen things go bad. The traffic is, in the mornings and evenings, it's really hard to get in and get out of Milpitas. With this development coming, new housing coming, it's only going to add to that. As it is, we find it difficult to even commute during the mornings and evenings. So I would oppose any new development. I'm in favor of sustainable development, more shops, maybe more anything that helps the community, but not adding more housing and more people. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Archana, followed by Ankith, and then Venkatesh Bhattad.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. I'm Archana Badrai, and I live close to California Circle near Dixon Landing, and I work at Cupertino. The traffic is already very bad in the area, and all of the schools, Weller, Russell, Pomeroy, and MHS have overflow every year. My kids go to Russell and MHS, and I know that we have requested for rooms for robotics and science fairs, and we don't have rooms to provide for the kids. So I strongly oppose more housing, and I would want to see more improvements in the school infrastructure, in our traffic, in our park areas, and I want our city to be more livable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ankith, followed by Venkatesh, then Padma.
Good evening, council members and mayor. My name is Ankit and I live in the Sunny Hills neighborhood by Dixon Landing and North Milpitas Boulevard. I strongly oppose both 14 and 15. Our neighborhood is already struggling with severe congestion and overcrowding. More residents would mean more traffic, noise, and pressure on already strained infrastructure. Roads, parking, sewage, you know the lot. On top of that, the construction noise, dust, disruption, and safety hazards will affect residents' quality of lives for years to come. There are families with young children, elderly people, and people working from home. The proposal, also involves uprooting the Montessori school and the town center. This move sends a message that the growth is more important than the well-being of the community members. This proposal, in my opinion, clearly appears to prioritize profit over people. The project does not fit the scale or the needs of our neighborhood at this time. I urge you to reject or rethink the proposal in favor of more thoughtful, community-focused development. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Venkatesh, followed by Padma.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Venkatesh. I live near California Circle. I would like to oppose both item number 14 and 15. Similar to my neighbors, I agree to whatever they're saying. I have a 6-month-old and I want to see her grow in a much better infrastructure over here versus being in an overcrowded school. And not to mention the traffic, which is insanely bad nowadays going in and out of Milpitas. We don't want Milpitas to be a bottleneck. We want like a much smoother commute to and fro. Thank you.
Next, we have Padma, followed by Vikas.
Hello, good evening. My name is Padma Subaraya, and I have been a resident of Milpitas for 25 plus years now. This is regarding item number 14. What I want to specifically say is I do not support the reduction in the affordable housing number of units that is being proposed. The reason for that is the next thing I would know, the next thing that would come up is another housing project saying, oh, Milpitas does not have enough of affordable units, so we need another housing project. So I do not support the reduction in the number of affordable units now by Pulte. The second thing that I do not support is the reduction in the number of parking spaces. So please vote no on both the for this. Thank you.
And finally, we have Vikas.
Hi, my name is Vikas, and thank you for giving me the opportunity to talk here. I live around the Dixon Landing and Milpitas Boulevard intersection, and I'm going to be impacted by the proposed construction in that zone. I am opposed to adding a lot of high-density new housing units there. I do understand that that particular plot of land is underdeveloped, and at some point it will be taken up for development. And I am hoping that it will actually be used for maybe commercial and maybe some residential mixed development plan. But I'm not in favor of a lot of units being built on those plots, because I think the first reason is that the traffic situation around that area is already pretty bad in the mornings during commute hours. I think also that the city infrastructure is going to be getting strained a lot. I don't see. I mean, this is time for the summer camps and.
Thank you.
And I already see that there is.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
That was the last public speaker card for this item, Mayor.
Okay, thank you very much. Did you have something to say, Cindy? Okay, so I'm going to close the public hearing now and move on to council discussion. Anyone from the council? Do we have a vice mayor?
If you'd like, you can start presentation.
Come on up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My name is Jim Sullivan, representing the property owner. Just a couple of points really quickly. I just want to make sure that the public is aware, I think that the council's aware, that there is no reduction in affordable units. Essentially what we've done, this is a project that had previously been approved, as Michael had mentioned, about a year and a half ago, a little bit less than a year and a half ago. At that time, there was a 6-story building that contained 75 units that were all going to be below market rate. The requirement was for a minimum of 31 of those units to be at low income level and the other 44 units to be at moderate or lower income level. Going forward, the developer that was attached with Pulte at that time was not able to process forward, and therefore we could not use the architectural plans that had been approved. Our new partner, Waterford, and there's a representative that's willing to take your questions, hired a very renowned architectural firm named KTGY. They've developed a project that actually lowers the height of the building by almost 20 feet, doubles the amount of open space for the residents of that building, and has increased the size of the units. Instead of being studio, 1 bedroom, and 2 bedrooms, the new product will be 1 bedroom, 2 bedroom, and 3 bedrooms. So it's still 75 units. as Mr. Fazzetti brought up, the new partner is committing to doing a lower amount of affordability, and we look forward with working with citizens and the staff of Milpitas, as well as the Milpitas Unified School District and their employees, at giving them a local preference to obtain the right to rent or lease some of these units. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions that the council might have.
Thank you very much, Mr. Sullivan. We have Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor. For the record, I just want to state that Mr. Sullivan requested a meeting with me about 2 months ago to present these new changes to me. And like I said before, I listen to everybody, but I make my decision at the dais. Senior planner, oh, you have your own mic now. I heard from the residents, and just to clarify, the original proposal was for a 6-story, right?
Yes.
And it went down 20 feet to 5 or 4 stories?
Five
Five stories. And the number of units didn't change, you just made some units bigger.
Yes.
Can you break down again how many, with the total units, how many affordable and how many market rate is going to be built?
Yeah, so overall, the total site includes 206 units. That's what was approved, and that's still before you. Of the 206, 131 of those units would be for sale, and those are units that Apulte has already, done the demolition on the site, put in utilities, I think pulled some building permits. So 131 for sale units, and then 75 apartment units, which sit on approximately 1 acre of land. Typically, the way that your affordable housing ordinance works is you would do 15% of all of the units would have to be affordable. So 15% of the 131, or roughly, I think that's 20 units, would be affordable. And then 15% of the 75, like 11 units, would be affordable. So if we would have built it the way that your affordable housing ordinance kind of calls for, you're doing a total of 31 affordable units on site. We came up with a plan, or presented a plan, and I think all the council members were here except for Council Member Lamb, congratulations, by the way, that instead of providing 31 affordable units on site, we would provide 75 affordable units on site. So that equates to roughly, I think it's either 36 or 37% of this project will be affordable. Does that answer your question?
It does.
Okay.
It just refreshes my memory from 2 years ago.
Oh, and then I'm just sorry, really quickly, the breakdown on what was entitled, so 16 studio units, 41 bedroom units, and 19 two-bedroom units. And the change is 31 bedroom units, so that stays about the same, 21 two-bedroom units, that stays about the same, and 24 three-bedroom units. And obviously, our partner Waterford is attempting to provide rental opportunities for families, either at the low or the very low income level.
So just to summarize, the Milpitas has a housing ordinance that developers must assign or allocate 15% of total units to affordable housing, which 206 is about 31 units. But instead, you're developing 75 units of affordable housing. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. My next question is, and Senior Planner Prasadi will answer. What I heard from the residents, they're concerned about too much housing. Can you expound on the arena numbers and what is expected for our city?
I may defer that. Thank you, Councilmember Chu. I may defer that to Planning Director Lee.
Good evening, Council Member Chua. And to answer that question, our regional housing needs allocation for the city of Milpitas from 2023 to 2031 is 6,713 units, which is more than double our arena allocation from the
Jay,
previous
you
cycle.
want to use this one? We have a problem with this microphone. Use the this podium, please. Thank you. Thank you, Director Jay.
My pleasure. The number is 6,713 units from 2023 to 2031, just for the next 8 years, more than double the previous cycle. And then there will be future cycles every 8 years where we get a new number, and that number is likely to continue to increase.
That's required from the federal or state to us?
From the state, they assign a number to the entire Bay Area region and all the regions in California. Then the regional planning agency comes up with a very detailed methodology and allocates it to the cities. It's a long process through the regional plan where cities have the opportunity to comment and advocate for what we think is a more suitable number. Initially, the number to our city and a lot of Santa Clara County was much higher. However, I personally and just our staff, we wrote letters and we participated in meetings where we were able to advocate for a different methodology that we felt was more fair to the county and also to Milpitas, and that number went down significantly. It is still a big increase, but it could have been much worse.
Is it still 6,000 plus?
Yes, 6,713, and almost half of those must be affordable housing.
Almost all of it?
Half.
Where are we? I mean, in terms of, as of today, where are we on the 6,000 something requirement by state?
I don't have an exact number, but the cycle just started in 2023, so it hasn't been very long. We have entitled several projects, but also they need to be built. But we could get that information in great detail if needed, but we have a ways to go.
How much time do we have to meet that 6,000 plus units?
2031.
2031.
And we report to the state annually on our progress with these numbers. And we provided that report to the council in March and then sent it off to the state.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Sullivan and Mr. Posadi, I heard from the residents about, can you, either one of you answer the issue about traffic? The impact to them in terms of traffic?
I can go forward with that. So I don't know if you recall, but when our project went forward, and this was over a year ago, we did what was called an environmental impact report.
Mm-hmm.
And so the city essentially hired the consultant, and everything was looked at from greenhouse gas emissions, noise, traffic was one of the elements. I think that the only significant impact that could not be mitigated was actually the building height, and which we're lowering, by the way. All the other issues were looked at. I think Hexagon was the traffic consultant, if I'm not mistaken, looked at the intersections, the improvements that were going to be made, and assumed that it was not a significant impact that couldn't be mitigated. So we're required to do mitigation measures under that EIR. That does not change, and we're not changing the amount of units.
Mm-hmm.
So we wouldn't be increasing traffic from what was previously approved.
Mm. Well, one of the other issue that was brought up is a resident that lives in Sunny Hills is the noise. Could you address that, please?
Sure. From what I heard, the resident stated is it's just construction impacts and noise is generated. That is correct, but the mitigation measures and the city of Milpitas standards only allow construction during, I believe, 8 a.m. to 5 p.m. 7 days a week. All sites need to be washed down daily to make sure dust isn't brought up. The city uses pretty stringent protocols to make sure that residents' lives are not impacted. But to develop, to construct, you're going to have noise. You're going to have machines to do that work. So the city does its best to kind of keep it at a minimum. The applicant agrees to follow the protocol, or we don't issue a building permit. And if they do go above that protocol, we have code enforcement violations that we can place on the applicant.
Okay. What about the issue that was brought up too about more schools?
So along with that environmental document, Jim stated, the EIR makes a determination if the amount of housing proposed would force the city to create more schools. The short answer to that is no. The environmental document's available to look because what we do is we place a certain population per residential unit. They look at the number of students the school district can support and determine if additional schools are necessary. Ironically, the school district, as I stated before, was in favor of this project.
So what you're saying is there's no need to construct a new school because the current school can absorb the number of children that will, the forecast, if you will, that can absorb in the current school system. Is that correct?
That's correct, Councilmember Chu. And not only the schools, the environmental document also looks at fire safety personnel, police, all aspects, and determines if the city has the adequate resources to handle that larger population. And it was determined that there was no significant negative impacts that the project would have to allow a proposal development to be done.
Additionally, if I may add, additionally on top of that, not just this project, but I think all residential projects are required to pay a school impact fee. So when we pull a building, before we pull a building permit, actually, you have to pay a certain dollar amount to the school district based on the square footage of what you're going to build, which this project will do.
Do you have an idea how much would that be?
I don't know the exact, I think it's something, $4 to $5 per square foot. As I recall, it's a couple of $1 million.
There's one specific question or issue that was brought up by at least 2 residents, and that is specific to traffic in California Circle. Do you want to address that?
Well, sure. One thing just to base the record on is environmental impact reports nowadays, CEQA doesn't consider traffic as a significant impact. It recognizes, because traffic is a subjective term. What I believe is bad traffic, maybe you don't believe is bad traffic. There was a traffic analysis done on the project, that is correct, but the simple fact that there's roads available and the site is zoned to meet the density that's being proposed, not only does the EIR, the general plan itself, both determine that there's significant infrastructure to handle the number of cars going on site. Lastly, because the project is developing, and Jim maybe can clarify this if I can't, it's my understanding that the full road is being improved. Not only the half road, but the full road is being improved.
Yeah, being resurfaced.
Resurfaced to recognize and to improve that infrastructure that residents had discussed. So the project's going to pay for that improvement to the road itself.
Okay.
Can I just add one more quick point that Michael reminded me of? So a couple of years ago, and these aren't state levels, not city levels, but the state, instead of looking at level of services for roads, look at something called VMT analysis, which is vehicle miles traveled. And essentially, they're trying to get housing built closer to where jobs are. So instead of having, people live, 45 minutes to an hour away, kind of clogging up the freeways. So we looked at this as actually a very good VMT site, knowing that you have what you have in Milpitas, plus going, north on 880, going south on 880 to other, employment centers.
Thank you both so much. I think I covered everything what I heard from our residents. That's all for now.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Chua. I have one question before I move on to the other council members. Can you let me know, I think Jay would probably answer this, when you say affordable housing, how much money does a person need to make to be affordable, for that person to live in there?
Oh, sorry.
I'm prepared. I did my research on
Okay,
this,
go
Mayor.
ahead.
So the way that it breaks down is there's something called AMI, or adjusted median income, and it's looked at the county level. So in Santa Clara County, I don't have the numbers for 2025, but in 2024, and low income would essentially cap out at 80% of the county median income. Very low income would be 50% of the county median income. It's further broken down by how many people would be living there. So a family of 4, for instance, at the high end could make up to $146,000, and that basically would allow them still to be into a low income unit. If it's a single person for a low income unit, so like a 1-bedroom, would be $102,000. That's at the low income level. At the very low income level, those change to $65,000 for a single person, $92,000 for a family of 4. And it's actually, those numbers I think are on your city's website too, I noticed.
And I asked this question specifically to let the audience know that when you say low income, it's not, you're talking about teachers, firefighters,
police officers.
I'm a retired school teacher. My income was not over 100,000. So I could have, applied, if I was a teacher. So we need housing for our teachers. We have teachers that are traveling all the way from Tracy, Modesto to Central Valley just to, they don't have a place to live. They can't afford it. And so for me, this project is really ideal. And even your kids, when, adult children, they're struggling to pay the rent because it's not affordable. But this housing unit that you're proposing, it's going to provide housing for people that make over 100,000, and then that's low income.
Yeah.
I mean, and I know a lot of teachers, new teachers' average income is 65,000, maybe just 75,000, and we need that housing for our teachers. And just want to let the audience know that low income is not really low income; it's all relative. So, anyway, moving on to the other council members. Is there anyone else that wants to make a comment? And we still have Vice Mayor Babadillo.
I too will reserve my comment on 15, but I do have questions on this project, right? Well, we're discussing about affordable housing, we're discussing about density rules, but this was the conversation we had originally in 2023, is it not? When we approved this project, right? So I think my point is, because one of the developers' partners, I believe, backed down or was not able to continue, and here we are again in a guise of affordable housing, trying to change what has been approved in 2023. I'm fine with that. It's just that probably the conditions and considerations in 2023, other than what we're discussing again, which we have discussed before, there are factors that had approved that in 2023. And the question to me is, will every project that faces difficulty come again to the council for reapproval and change the plans we had approved a few years ago? So that's the question. And it's not just this project. If we look at other projects, and we have a precedent, and they can come and reiterate density laws and what has been shown to us by the state as a housing requirement, are we just, stamp it and approve it just because irreversible things happen. If we keep on doing that, then it will always be a patch on a general plan, because every time a situation comes about on a particular developer comes and asks us to change, then everybody will follow. That's why we have rules. So if I haven't heard 2023, I'm not sure if I'm at the council at the time, but I'm sure that the discussion of affordable housing is the same as we have discussed today. So really the issue is, are we going to let this change when it has been approved before?
I can answer that question, Vice Mayor. This is a little bit of a unique project in that all the affordable units were put into an affordable apartment building. So there is a Pulte that partnered with an affordable housing developer, because affordable housing developers, they specialize in developing affordable housing, whereas market rate developers do not. This is a unique project. I think most projects, the city's affordable housing ordinance wants the units to be within the project spread throughout. So the chances of a change like this, relatively major, are much lower for a project of that type. We don't see amendments to major projects that are significant enough to come back to the council very often. But for this one, it's because there were a density bonus. There was a density bonus and waivers and exceptions or concessions involved. And anytime those are affected, that does require us to come back to the city council. But most of the amendments that we see can be approved at lower levels. So I don't foresee this as being a super common occurrence. And I also think this project is a bit unique. I also want to speak a little bit about, usually if there's a change that's major enough where it affects the general plan or the zoning, it becomes a completely different conversation. I think for this project, you are correct in that we already discussed most of the project. We are really only coming back here to get a decision on the changes and whether we think these changes are better, an improvement or not. And I think staff's recommendation was that on balance, with the lower levels of affordability that helps meet our regional housing needs allocation, is a benefit overall to the city. So I hope I answered your question, but I do get your concern that we don't want people just coming in to change projects all the time. But staff, we are very careful in how we review with the conditions of approval to ensure that developers do what they said they would do. So we do have a process in place to kind of control that from happening too much, because major ones do have to come all the way back to the council. But we do address a lot of minor ones, which we think are not super impactful at the lower levels.
Right, because history-wise, if the history of the development in front of Great Mall is the same thing. It's divided into 4 phases, and then we develop the back part of the phase, and then here comes the developer saying, hey, something went wrong. We cannot put the big square footage for grocery on the first part. So those things. So what do we have in place to make sure that if builders and developers come, it's just minor and it does not affect so much the totality of our general plan?
That's another great follow-up question. I'll try to be a little more brief, but I think from a developer perspective, Mr. Sullivan could probably speak a little bit better than I can, but in general, when it comes to market changes that happen over longer periods of time for major projects like the one you mentioned, there is always the potential for that to happen, because as we know, we've seen the market change drastically, every 5 years or so. But so that is also kind of a major unique project. But I would say what mechanisms we have in place to minimize coming back for changes. We do have limits for how long these permits are vested, or like how long they last. So they do expire after 2 years, and the state is coming down with state law to give more leeway. So that's something that we can't control, but we do have a limit for these permits. To vest these permits, you have to start the building permit process as well, and you have to actually get through the building permit process and build a foundation. So we do have measures in place to motivate people to develop sooner rather than later.
All right, for this project, it seems that reading from it is just the side what you call this one, the side setback. Because you're going to lower the project, but you have to widen it, and to widen, to increase the square footages of the units is to put less of the side setback on the back.
Yeah, if I may, so, because that question did come up with the Planning Commission as well. And it really had to do with the fire department's needs. So we have the building where we wouldn't need to worry about any of the setback, but the fire trucks that would basically, in case there was a fire and they have to be on one side of the building, we basically had to shift the building closer. So I forgot, and don't quote me, but it was like a 30-foot from where they could park their truck. And so they said, that was one way for us to handle it, kind of getting there. But it's not crowding anything. It's really, it was done for fire safety.
All right. So as a compromise for setting the setback shorter, you put the property more forward so it can be reached by a fire truck. Basically, that's what you're saying.
Yeah, we could have, you're right, we could have shifted probably the property line over more. It was still going to be the same distance, but the property line had already been established because the final map went forward. And I just want to address your earlier point. Pulte Homes is, a national home builder. My involvement with them over the last 35 years, I've never seen them start a project and not finish it. So after your approval, they actually closed escrow on the property, and they spent millions of dollars, not only in fees to the city, but as well as, starting their, construction activities on the site. So this is a very important thing for them. As you guys, everybody's heard the term time is money. So they're moving quickly forward because it's many, many millions of dollars of investment for them.
All right. So other than, some more requests for concessions, this complies with the density rule of the state, affordable housing, and our percentage ordinance, local ordinance to account for low housing. Is that true? It does. It is.
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just going to say it's so normally because you have both rental units and for sale units, if you would have just done like for like, even though, less units, 31 versus 75, we basically did all the rental units at below market rate rents, low and very low.
Mm-hmm. And last question. This project is just one of those compliance that we, the city, is abiding for the RENA and housing element, right?
Yeah. Yeah, your heart
Yes.
is, oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead. I didn't mean to interrupt.
It'll count towards our arena obligations.
Okay. Well, hopefully everybody understands that. We'll discuss that more on 15. But this project has complied and had compromises with regards to state law and our own local ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Chua?
No, oh, sorry.
Okay, I thought I'd seen your hand up. Okay, anyone else would like to make any more comments on this item? Again, so I wanted to reiterate that even though the project has changed, but the affordability has changed. And I just want to make another thing clear is that the cities are held hostage with the housing element. The state legislators are the ones that are driving this. They have taken away our local control. We do not have a say-so. If we do not build this housing, there's supposedly a housing crisis, but to me, I really feel that there's a affordability crisis. But that's my own personal opinion. But there's so many mandates that the state has put upon the cities. We're not the only city that it has to build so many houses. It's across the whole state. And if we do not build these houses, there will be ramifications called builder's remedy, but we'll get to that in item 15. But for me, this project is really important because it provides affordable housing for teachers, firefighters, and other people that do not make over $100,000 a year. And there's a lot of people that do not make over $100,000 a year. And so I'm glad that this project is going to be 100% affordable because it provides that housing for people that desperately need it. Because it's so, as you all know, Silicon Valley is has become very expensive to live. And if this can provide a home for someone, for a teacher, I'm all for it. So if would like to make someone call for the motion. I don't see any more discussion. Is there a motion? We have Councilmember Lin.
Yes, Mayor, since this was previously approved and now bring back with some changes, I make a motion to approve this project.
Is there a second? So it was motioned by Councilmember Lin and seconded by Councilmember Chua. So now we'll call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo?
Aye.
Councilmember Chua?
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb?
Aye.
Councilmember Lian?
Aye.
Mayor Montano?
And I'm an aye. Thank you. And so now we're moving on to item 15, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. Item 15 is to adopt a resolution approving a general plan amendment to update the town center and neighborhood commercial mixed-use descriptions and introduce an ordinance approving a zoning amendment to establish the NCMU district and update the existing town center district to create housing opportunity districts. And with that, I'll turn it over to Planning Director Jay Lee and his team for the presentation.
All right. So this is the item that I think most of us or most everyone is here to speak on. So let's get right into it. Next slide, please. And again, this is a project for the housing opportunity districts. And we have Principal Planner Lillian Van Hoa here, who is the project manager. We also have Chris Sensenig from Ramey and Associates, who are our consultants, who helped us prepare this project. And before turning it over to Principal Planner Lillian Van Hoa, I do want to go over the project goals at a high level. So as we've already got into the whole RHNA discussion, I will not elaborate too much more on what the regional housing needs allocation is, but certainly the main goal of this project is to meet current and future regional housing goals as identified in the housing element update, but also given to us through the RHNA number obligation from the state and the region. I would just say that I understand that there is a sentiment that we already have enough housing, and I would agree. Milpitas has been a good actor in doing our part in providing housing, but unfortunately, the determination of how much housing is enough in a city is not in our discretion, but it is from the state. And the state has given us a number that they want cities to plan for and build. And this project is to help implement that. The other goal is to incentivize affordable housing. And this is also related to the RHNA number. And I think a big goal of this project is to provide different types of housing, also in different locations throughout the city. The state also and federal housing law does not want all the affordable units in one location. It does not want all of one type of housing in one location as well. The state wants and the federal law wants housing spread throughout in a city and different options available in as many places as possible. And we believe that this project helps achieve that goal. The third goal is to revitalize our aging shopping centers as stated in the general plan. Of course, some areas in these shopping centers we don't anticipate turning over. And I do want to really clarify and make this point clearly that the city is not proposing any development. The city is not requiring any property owner to redevelop. the city is simply allowing for options for a property owner if the property owner wanted to redevelop parts of their site or their site. If, for example, the commercial component or the commercial, like a certain commercial area is not performing and is underutilized. So it just provides another option for property owners. The fourth goal is to streamline the approval process for housing projects. This is mainly due to state law coming down, requiring cities to streamline or just putting in processes for streamlining. But we hope that this project will allow us to retain as much local control and discretion as possible by implementing this project where we can apply our objective standards to ensure that future development, if it does come in at all, complies with all our standards and that we put really good standards in place to protect the existing neighborhoods. The fifth goal is to implement general plan policies. And I do also want to clarify that this project is simply to try to follow and implement the general plan. The general plan already allows housing in all of these areas. The general plan includes policies to put housing in these areas. So I really do want to, and the housing element actually, the housing element update, which is an element of the general plan, identifies sites within these areas and also in other areas. So a lot of planning and effort has gone into this. The general plan update was a multi-year process that we had a whole citizens committee and the city council approved through this long process with tons of outreach. So I do want to clarify that we don't see this as necessarily a new policy or something that is changing the direction of what was already established, but it is simply trying to continue what we've already implemented or already set forth. So those are the goals for this project and for the rest of this presentation. And to share a little bit more detail, I'll pass it over to Lillian Van Hoa.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. So my name is Lillian Van Hoa, a principal planner, as Director Jay Lee mentioned. So the city of Milpitas adopted its general plan 2040 in March 2021, outlining goals and policies for future development in the region. Subsequently, multiple state laws were introduced to promote the production and preservation of housing in California. The HOD project implements the general plan goals, which include protecting existing neighborhoods while directing new housing growth to targeted areas and revitalizing some of the older neighborhoods serving commercial areas, such as the NCMU and TC. Next slide, please. Similarly, the sixth cycle housing element, which was adopted in January 2023, includes goals to maintain high-quality residential and mixed-use neighborhoods and to actively reduce barriers to new housing production. The current TC and NCMU designations were identified as constraints to new housing development, and the housing element includes an action item for the city to update its zoning to meet the city's housing goals. The city fell short in meeting its very low, and moderate income housing targets in the fifth cycle, and the housing needs have almost doubled since. So the city needs to build more housing, especially affordable housing, to overcome its shortfall within the current general plan horizon. Next slide, please. As part of the overall community engagement efforts for this project, we held stakeholder meetings with nonprofit and for-profit developers. Some of the key feedback that we heard was that greater heights and densities are needed to accommodate mixed use. Projects should be allowed flexibility in location of uses horizontally across multiple parcels. Parking requirements exceed market demand and hurt the feasibility of projects. Allow for creative ways to provide parking, including unbundling it. And anything that reduces fees and processing time will make residential projects more feasible, and affordable projects have had a very hard time financing and implementing a mix of uses. Next slide, please. So following the Planning Commission hearing last April in 2024, staff held 3 additional community meetings to further discuss the project and address community concerns. The meetings were well attended with 45 people at the first meeting in May, 27 people at the second one in August, and 39 people at the third one in December. Community members had concerns about the project regarding the city's existing infrastructure, including potential traffic impacts to the city, particularly in and around Landis Avenue, parking, school district, student capacity, potential building heights and privacy, affordable housing, and the potential increase for crime, property values, fiscal impact to the city, and the lack of health care. As a result of these meetings, staff has modified the proposed development standards within the HODs, as well as removed certain parcels from the HOD project area. Next slide, please. And so before we dive deeper into the details of the HOD project, I wanted to talk about some overarching themes we heard from the community. So we heard from the community that there were concerns regarding the city's infrastructure. So I wanted to talk about how public improvements and infrastructure projects are typically handled within the city. So annually, the City Council approves a 5-year capital improvement program known as a CIP. The CIP is a comprehensive planning tool for the construction, replacement, and repair of city infrastructure, reflective of council priorities and policies to meet the needs of the community. So specifically, this document identifies priorities, schedules, and estimated costs and funding sources and financing methods for delivering critical projects to the community. So every project requires a funding source. Where do these funding sources come from? It comes from property taxes, sales taxes, permit fees, development impact fees, grants, our TOT tax, gas tax, Measure B, to name a few. And some examples of CIP projects that are funded by impact fees, like the TASP, the Transit Area Specific Plan 1, are the South Milpitas Boulevard extension, the Montague pedestrian overcrossing at Piper and Penitencia, a second Santa Clara Valley Water District reservoir and pump station, and the recycled water distribution within the metro area. Additionally, traffic impact fees are used to fund things like the Calaveras Boulevard widening project. So whenever a new development project is proposed within the city, staff drafts conditions of approval for each project, and the conditions of approval includes things like payments of impact fees, and these range from storm, water, sewer, parks, public art, and school district fees. And these fees are used to fund the CIP. Next slide, please. So we also heard from the community that school capacity was a concern. The city has actions and policies within the general plan related to working with the local school district in its development review process. The city meets with the MUSD demographer who forecasts the student population on an annual basis. The demographer shared that the elementary school enrollment in the Landes area can be managed with adequate school district impact fees. So that's typically a dollar amount that is paid per certain square footage by the developer to the school district. For high school needs, for every new residential project, the developers must meet with the MUSD superintendent to discuss additional mitigation measures outside of the impact fees, which is called for under General Plan Action UCS-8D. Additionally, we heard that access to healthcare was a concern. We have General Plan Policy CHW 3-2, which says to support existing healthcare services and encourage the new location of new healthcare facilities and medical service providers within the city. So this policy helps guide staff as we are doing things like the comprehensive zoning update and looking at permitted uses across the city's different zoning districts. And should a private healthcare company choose to locate within the city, we can use this policy to help support them through any potential entitlement process. Next slide, please. We also heard that traffic was a concern. And in the previous item, we had briefly talked about VMT versus level of service. So I'll touch upon that as well. So in the state of California, traffic impacts are typically analyzed under the California Environmental Quality Act. Previously, the standard was LOS, level of service, to determine traffic impacts. LOS focuses on congestion and delay at specific locations. And then in 2020, SB 743 mandated the use of VMT, vehicle miles traveled, for CEQA transportation impact analysis. And in 2021, the City Council adopted the VMT policy. So the way that we measure traffic now using VMT, it measures the total miles traveled by all vehicles in an area. And so, for example, a project that is an infill, higher density mixed use in a high resource area, like the ones envisioned in the HODs, is deemed to have less impacts under VMT. And projects located away from busy areas so as to not impact traffic are now considered significant impacts under VMT. That said, Milpitas is still requiring a level of service analysis for every project, and traffic mitigations will be made on a project-by-project basis. Additionally, the city has a trail and pedestrian and bicycle master plan. This plan has program recommendations to promote multimodal transportation, including safe routes to school, wayfinding, bicycle parking, shared mobility. And this plan also identifies areas within the city for bike, pedestrian, and trail improvements. Next slide, please. And I'll turn it back over to Director Lee for this one.
Yes, thank you, Lillian. And before moving on to more of the details of the project itself, I do want to touch upon two big questions that we've heard. The first question is, why can't housing go elsewhere? The first reason for why housing can't go elsewhere is we have our general plan and our housing element update already in place, which identifies where housing should go in the city and directs growth in ways that would allow us to manage the growth and would be most efficient. So you can see some of the goals listed over there. And as I mentioned before, we went through a quite extensive process to identify the most suitable areas. I think the other reason is, if you look at our city, we have a lot of low-density, suburban, single-family residential neighborhoods. We have a couple of core areas around the metro station where there's already high-density housing. And then we have employment lands, which are mostly industrial with some office. There really aren't too many options for where we want to put housing. If we put housing in employment lands, that would not be healthy for the city's fiscal situation. These employment areas are also not set up to handle the housing that was not planned to be there. And with the current budget deficit, we would also be losing jobs, some sales tax revenue. So converting our employment lands to residential, it would never go back the other way. I mean, I think this would be a negative impact for the city in the long term. Other than that, it's either putting it next to single-family residential neighborhoods, because much of our land is dedicated to that, or within these neighborhoods themselves. And obviously, and clearly, we do not want to put high-density residential units in the middle of single-family residential neighborhoods. So that really leaves us with locations like the ones that we've identified. So that is another reason for why housing couldn't go elsewhere. We've really thought about this through years of planning, but also in response to the comments that we've heard. And the other points kind of reiterate that there would be a negative fiscal impact, and that these other areas that most have commonly been pointed to, a lot of these areas do not have bus service. VTA will not send buses to areas that you don't have a lot of high density of people. So if housing were to go there, then we'd have to make the necessary adjustments to provide the transportation, but that's something that's controlled by VTA as well. So just giving you one concrete example of why it would be difficult to locate housing in our employment lands, aside from the fiscal impacts that there would be. Okay, and for the next question, the second question, for the next slide, and why do this project now? I think the first point that I would make is that currently our general plan and our zoning are inconsistent. So usually when you update a general plan, at some point soon after you want to update the zoning, and they should be consistent. If they are not consistent, a residential project can still be approved if it meets the general plan, even if the zoning is not up to date. If the zoning is not up to date, we don't have any development standards that we can apply to these projects. And with all the state law coming in, we'll have very little control over what type of development goes there. The other reason why we believe it should happen now is that I think this term has been thrown around. It's the builder's remedy. And the builder's remedy is if a housing element is, if the city does not have an approved housing element, a certified housing element by the state, we are subject to builder's remedy. What this means is that developers, property owners can propose projects in housing element sites, and the city has no say. And we have very limited say in what happens. And there are actually, I think, at least 100 builder's remedy projects in the state. Milpitas, with the partnership of our housing team, and Rami actually for that project, we were really good about trying to get in getting this housing element update certified prior to the deadline. So we were never subject to builder's remedy. So we don't have any builder's remedy projects in the city, whereas most cities in the Bay Area are subject to builder's remedy, and they are facing the consequences of these projects. Some major projects that span over 10 stories, over 15 stories, all throughout the Bay Area, about 13,000 units that are right now potentially going through the pipeline because of builder's remedy. So this is a real and serious concern from staff's perspective. So that's, yeah, I can also share more about builder's remedy as questions come up, but I will stop there. We can also be subject to fines and lawsuits from the state or housing advocacy groups. There are cities that have been sued for not complying with the housing element update. And then also we will lose access to funding and grants in the future. Even the grant that this project is funded by, we could potentially lose the remainder of those funds if we don't approve this project soon. We've already passed the deadline due to all the additional outreach that we did. But we could also lose access to future grants and future funding, which would be a challenge for this city as well. So if the state will see that we did not comply, if this project is not approved, the state will see that we are not complying in rezoning some of the sites. We are not complying with Program 15, which can go into more detail later. They can come down and decertify our housing element, as we have to provide annual reports to the state every year. And if that happens, we will be subject to builder's remedy. Okay, that was long, but I will now pass it off or pass to Chris Sensenik to go over some more of the details of the project.
Can I ask a quick question before you move on? So, Jay, when is that timeline? Do we have any extra time, or is this is it?
We've asked the state that question, and they've said essentially the further we go into this year, we do jeopardize those funds. Now, we don't know if and when the state would ever decide to decertify our housing element. That's something that I can't answer.
And once they decertify it, then the builder's remedy kicks in then?
Immediately.
That's when the developers can build whatever they want without us having any power to do anything about it.
That's correct.
All right, thank you.
All right. Thank you, Jay. Thank you, Lillian. Thank you, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council for having me here today. I'm going to walk you through the HOD project in a little bit more detail. Next slide. So the neighborhood commercial mixed use, or NCMU designation, covers much of the smaller aging shopping centers around the city. This map identifies the 3 NCMU locations along Dixon Road in the north, Calveras Boulevard and Park Victoria in the center, and then Landis Avenue in the south. The current general plan allows for up to 0.75 FAR of non-residential commercial space, which could be accommodated in 5 to 8 story office buildings. The densities in the general plan and ratio of commercial to residential did not facilitate a financially viable building type, and as part of the housing element, it is required to rezone the NCMU areas. Next slide. The other land use designation in the HOD plan is the town center. The town center designation of the general plan allows for up to 40 dwelling units per acre and an FAR of up to 0.85. The map on the right identifies the town center designation right around us here at City Hall, really the heart of the city. Next slide. The goals and objective of the HOD project is to update the TC and NCMU zoning to retain major successful shopping centers, revitalize struggling shopping centers, allow mixed-use residential buildings with ground floor commercial, and also allow for horizontal mixed use through allowing residential-only development on some parcels and incentivize affordable housing. Next slide. So we took a novel approach here, and here's an example of how sites are categorized into 3 distinct types of development or potential for redevelopment based on their size, location, and current and future land use. The parcels in blue are the larger stores with surface parking lots that would become NCMU or TC1s. These are the least likely to redevelop, and if they do, the zoning requires the most amount of replacement commercial. The parcels in pink are NCMU 2, and they are smaller and have street frontages, which would allow mixed-use development with some ground floor commercial. And then the third designation we created, seen here in yellow for this Calveras example, are vacant or secondary or are located on secondary streets and are good sites for residential only development. And those are the NCMU sites. Next slide. Last year, in April 2024, we came to the Planning Commission with the following draft zoning recommendations. For NCMU, the maximum density was set at 65 dwelling units per acre with building heights up to 75 feet and 6 stories. And here on this slide, you can also see how NCMU 1 requires a 25% floor area ratio for commercial. NCMU 2 requires 10%. For portions of the site fronting major streets. And then NCMU 3 is that district that allows for 100% residential projects as long as they include a minimum density of 30 dwelling units per acre. Next slide. Similarly, the TC draft zoning set a maximum density at 55 dwelling units per acre, a maximum height of 75 feet and 6 stories. And for commercial, TC1 requires 35% floor area for commercial. That's really to retain that village center amount of retail to serve the neighborhood and the city. And then TC2, again, requires only 10% for portions of the site. And then TC3 are the areas that allow for 100% residential projects. I should say, I want to point out though, in any of these sites, there's not a requirement to do residential, and any project can still go up to the maximum commercial FAR allowed by the zoning. Next. In addition to the zoning standards, the objective design standards that were adopted by the City Council in 2022 will also apply to all new multifamily residential and mixed-use buildings in the city. And the ODS is an important document because it includes transition standards to lower density residential zones like R1, R2, and R3. And they include some of the following. 1, greater setbacks are required to match the adjacent zone. Upper floor step backs are required above 40 feet. There's a 45-foot daylight plane measured from 10 feet above the property line. And also, these revised standards that I'm going to go over in a moment also increase that rear setback distances above what's required in the ODS. And so together, these will ensure smooth transitions to lower density neighborhoods, minimizing shadows, building mass and bulk. Next. Okay, as Lily and Jay mentioned earlier, the PC directed us to meet with the community and listen to their feedback. After a series of meetings with property owners and community members, we determined that we can try to address some of the feedback and suggest changes to the proposed zoning standards and map designations. The changes do the following. 1, they lower height and density in NCMU areas. To make up for that, it actually increases densities in TC areas where there's more space. It removes 2 sites from the Landes NCMU area, and I'll point those out in a second. And it makes some small clarifications in the standards that were not clear. And on the right, you can see the main changes. Again, in the NCMU, we reduced the maximum density from 65 to 60 dwelling units per acre and reduced the height by 15 feet and a story. The zoning also increased the rear setback requirement adjacent to single-family zones from 15 feet to a minimum of 25 feet. And for TC, the town center, you can see the main changes was to increase the density that is more in line with the maximum height that was allowed. Also, the minimum parking requirements were changed where the city can enforce them. and they have been increased to match whatever will be decided in the comprehensive zoning ordinance update. So match what's throughout the rest of the city. Okay, for TC, there were some map changes and they're highlighted here in blue. And this again was after consultation with some of the property owners. We changed the zoning designations to reduce the area of TC1. And this is more aligned with expected retail demand and ensuring that the area remains a vibrant center of activity in Milpitas. Next. We also recommended changing the general plan designation of the public storage and Bolero sites from NCMU to their current designation, commercial C2. This will remove these parcels from the NCMU and they will not allow housing. Okay, so one of the things that was brought up by the community throughout the past year is what is the minimum amount of housing does the city need to allow and still meet the housing element requirements? Program 15 of the housing element outlines the goals for the housing opportunity zones, which we eventually called districts, HODs, meaning the TC and MCMU planning areas. It requires that the rezoning of the TC and NCMU areas foster the development of at least 200 affordable housing units. Now, we can't assume any 100% affordable housing projects will be built within the area. So our calculations rely on the Affordable Housing Ordinance, which requires 15% of the total units be affordable. And then HCD for any of these analysis also requires a 30% buffer. So at a minimum, this project needs to identify at least 1,733 market rate units that are likely to be developed. But only designating to that absolute minimum density is not prudent from a legal or policy standpoint. It is also a city goal to exceed the 6,000 element and begin to prepare for the 7th cycle. Next. So here's an overview of our analysis where we identified sites most likely to redevelop based on existing use, conversations with property owners, and trending economic factors. We are not saying that these sites will or will not redevelop. We are also not saying that other sites will not redevelop, but we are making a reasonable professional assumption based on the information we do know. With raising the TC density to 65 dwelling units per acre and lowering the NCMU density to 60 dwelling units per acre, we have identified zoning standards that will ensure compliance with the housing element. And thank you, and I'll turn it back over to Jay.
And actually, before we go on, if we can go to the previous slide, I do want to emphasize, since a lot of the concerns that we've heard are centered around land S, that is the area where most of the land is actually dedicated for NCMU 1, which requires 25% floor area ratio, which is actually quite high, much higher than what most developers would say pencils. So if you look at the map, we don't expect much of the land S area to redevelop in the near future. And we expect, I guess, 1 acre parcel to potentially redevelop, which would result in 60 units. So I just want to clarify that out of all the units that we would most likely see, we believe the least amount would be in the land S area because of the way that we've zoned the sub-district, as most of it is red. We recognize, and we heard the community's feedback, we recognize that there are a lot of vibrant, successful commercial businesses there, and the city does not necessarily want to see that change. So we did set the policy and the zoning in a way where we heard the community and we want to keep it as commercial in nature as possible.
So you're talking about the yellow area.
That is the area that we may see redevelopment, which is the yellow bolded, the border.
I should say it's the most likely. And a big reason for that is in the red areas and also a lot of the purple areas, with the high requirement for for commercial and the parking associated with it, it makes there's not many housing and retail sites developing at 25% floor area ratio for retail and parking that, because the cost of putting the parking in a parking structure really outweighs the benefit of redevelopment generally.
So you're just talking about the yellow areas, not the red and that other.
In terms of what we think is likely to redevelop.
For me, it's if you increase the FAR, you're less likely to have a developer wanting to build. So I've always felt that way because those are my thoughts. But
Yes,
anyway,
the commercial FAR,
yeah,
yes.
so I'm glad you did that. But
Next slide.
to be increased, but anyway, we have council member.
We want to set a high standard, definitely.
Oh, okay. Okay.
Okay. So a notice was placed in the Milpitas Post. Postcards were sent to all owners of affected properties and within 1,000 feet of those properties. One new comment was received to date and has been shared with the City Council. Following last April's hearing, the city received a petition against the project in May. Staff responded to the petition via the project website in June. As previously mentioned, 3 community meetings were held in May, August, and September of last year. And staff also met with community members individually to answer questions and concerns. Next slide, please. The Milpitas City Council certified an environmental impact report for the general plan update in 2021. The EIR addressed the potential environmental effects of the planned build-out of Milpitas through the year 2040 and concluded that the implementation of the general plan would result in various levels of environmental impacts. Mitigation measures were incorporated into the EIR to reduce potential impacts from development under the general plan. An addendum to the general plan EIR has been prepared pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15162 and 15164 to evaluate whether the project's environmental impacts are covered by and within the scope of the Milpitas general plan update final EIR. The addendum evaluation details any changes in the project, changes in circumstances under which the project is undertaken, and/or new information of substantial importance that may cause one or more effects to environmental resources. The addendum substantiates and supports the city's determination that the HOD changes are within the scope of the general plan final EIR, and they do not require subsequent action under CEQA guidelines section 15162 and adequately analyzes potential environmental impacts in conjunction with the FEIR. Next slide, please. So staff recommends that the City Council conduct a public hearing.
To the previous slide, please, I think.
The staff recommends that the City Council conduct a public hearing and determine that the EIR addendum and supplemental letter to the addendum adequately analyzes the potential environmental impacts associated with the proposed general plan and zoning amendments are in compliance pursuant to CEQA guidelines section 15162 and 15164, and adopt a resolution approving general plan map and text amendment number GP 24-0001 to update the descriptions of the town center and neighborhood commercial mixed use and amend the land use designation of certain parcels. And 2, waive the first reading beyond the title and introduce ordinance number 38.857 approving zoning text and map amendment ZA 24-0001 to establish the neighborhood commercial mixed-use districts and subdistricts and update the existing town center districts to establish the subdistricts. And 3, adopt the Housing Opportunity District Addendum to the Milpitas General Plan 2040 FEIR. And I'll turn it back over to Director Lee to conclude.
Thank you for bearing with us through this long presentation. I just want to say something really quick at the end. I think you see up there, which we've already reiterated, what we believe the housing opportunity districts will do, so I won't repeat that. But I do want to express that staff does we heard the community. We sympathize with the community and all the concerns. I think not just Milpitas, but every city in the Bay Area in particular is grappling with the challenge of going from a suburban city, trying to accommodate the additional growth, and in some areas becoming more urban in nature. I think this is a challenge and a pain that we all feel. So I do acknowledge that, and I do agree actually with many of the concerns. However, based off of state law that we've been seeing coming down every year, that seems to get more and more aggressive, and also with the increasing development pressure that we feel and that we see as applications come in, I don't think this is a matter of will it happen. The development will happen. The growth will happen. Unfortunately, depending on what perspective you have, really what matters is how it happens and where it happens. And I do believe that this project will help the city, at least to the greatest extent possible, minimize impacts to the communities, protect the neighborhoods as much as possible, and allow the city of Milpitas to grow, to adapt to these changing times in a responsible and efficient way. That concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jay, and on your staff for that long presentation, but it was very informative, and I'm hoping that the residents were able to get all the information that they needed. So now we're going to open it up for public comments. Yeah, public hearing is open.
Okay, so we're going to go back to, I'm going to be calling people in order, in the order of cards that I've received here.
I have to go. I have a doctor appointment in the morning. Can I just give a few minutes? You only give me a minute anyway.
Yeah, please go ahead. All right.
Thank you. I live over by the Landis project, but I also see that you don't look at this place over here on, I can't even hardly remember anything. Gibraltar and Milpitas Boulevard, that commercial area has been empty for like 2 years.
Is that the empty lots? I mean, the big lots?
It's about 2 to 4 acres, and it looks like, the commercial buildings wouldn't be hard to knock down that are there. And you can put in this, probably 200 units in there and a nice park for the people that live in there. And the traffic wouldn't be so bad because you'd be going north to Calaveras and south to Montague, and then you go east and west to the freeways instead of like being up where Landis is and having to come all the way down past both 680 and down to 880. But, I'd like to see somebody take a look at that property. It's a very nice spot, really, but nobody does. But thank you for your time. I appreciate it. Have a good evening.
Thank you.
Now I'll call public speaker cards in order. Again, to keep things moving, we'll be using both microphones. Please line up and distribute yourselves between the two microphones. After each speaker, I'll announce the next three. Thank you. So I have Sharmila Vidyadhara, followed by Yahu Ali, and then Rajar Arachayapathy.
Good evening. The city of Milpitas was a gate to Bay Area. Now we are really gated in. I mean, to get in and out is horrendous. So just on the traffic itself, land is clogged getting onto 680, Montague totally clogged getting onto 880, Calaveras clogged going into 237, right? 22, 23, somebody did a traffic study. 20 was the COVID. People were not going into work fully. So the study which has been done from 20, 21, 22 is really irrelevant as of today. 24, the traffic is at 80%, and it's going to keep increasing to pre-COVID traffic level. Affordable housing was what we heard a lot this evening. What happened to all those apartments near Great Mall? I've lived in Milpitas most of my adult life, and just give me 30 more seconds. Great Mall, there were so many apartments which has come near Great Mall next to BART. Aren't there any affordable housing there? We live near Landis, and if there's going to be more housing near Landis, it's just going to be so horrendous. 67,000 housing, new housing for a small city like Milpitas. sounds a lot. We think Milpitas is premium, and that's where we want to retire and, look for a long
Thank you.
time.
Thank you.
But now we are increasing Palo Alto and the like.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much. I made it for 1 minute because we have a lot of speakers, so sorry. But we got the gist of your message. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Yao Hua, and I lived in Milpitas for 7+ years. The growth of the housing needs to be sustainable. So what that means is that the residents living in the city needs the infrastructure for their daily needs, like the road, parking, school, and shops, and so on. The problem I see is that we're adding more housing, but without proportionally adding the infrastructure that's needed. And this would reduce the per resident infrastructure, and that is not sustainable. And that's going to lower the quality of life for existing residents, as well as the potential new residents. So that's why I oppose this plan in its current form. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Raj, followed by Neelam, and then Sankit Gandhi.
Hi, my name is Rajendra. I'm living in Milpitas for 17 years now. One thing I saw with all this, a lot of projects coming in, but before we approve any of the housing project, can we make sure there is an infrastructure plan approved and we build the infrastructure both from the traffic as well as school perspective before we approve any of the project? Because most of the time we build the project, the infrastructure is not ready. We saw it in a lot of these places in Milpitas. Can you make sure that infrastructure is built? We have a plan, we build it, and then approve the housing. So that's what my request is, to make sure that that is done. And then just to give a previous one where we talked about the item number 14, where we told that affordable housing is there. But if you've seen that the commercial property was first built and affordable property is getting next. So what I would say is put the cart before the wheel. Let us have the right proper things first before we approve the second thing. So the same way I would like to say infrastructure to be built before we approve any housing. And that too for the 6,000.
Next, we have Neelam Kacharya, followed by Sankit Gandhi, and then Rahul Pravali.
Good evening. So I strongly oppose on item 15 due to the concern about increased traffic, school overcrowding, and the impact on residents' privacy and safety. The given research on the CMU, the aging commercial, it's no longer valid because it's a busy commercial area. And overall, Milpitas is already becoming congested, and I urge you to reconsider the new development. Thank you.
Next, we have Sankit Gandhi, followed by Rahul Pravali, and then Prasad Deshpano.
Yeah, good evening, Mayor and Council members. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. We have raised several concerns about the proposed NCMU project, concerns that should not be taken lightly. There is increased traffic congestion, school overcrowding, strains on limited medical facilities, parking shortages, and potential impacts on neighborhood safety are all serious issues that will directly affect our daily lives if this project moves forward without a comprehensive infrastructure plan. But beyond that, I want to address what we believe is a fundamental misrepresentation in the justification for this proposal. This NCMU project was presented as a solution for areas with declining businesses. That is simply not true. The Landes Avenue site is home to a number of thriving businesses. The Optimandi, which operates 24/7, Dunkin' Donuts, Picoy, Los Jefes Mexican restaurants, and many more. Along with that, there are other complexes where different businesses are there. The Action Urgent Care, the First Icon, Okay, on behalf of our neighborhood and many other concerned residents, I respectfully urge you to reject this proposal.
Thank you.
Next, we have, sorry, go ahead.
Good evening, Council Member. My name is Prasad. I'm living in Milpitas around Landes area from past 5+ years. So I strongly oppose the NCMU development happening around Landes area, and the primary reason for that, there will be a lot of traffic issues, school issue, and also I daily travel to 237 during office commute. It's already extremely crowded. With this new development, we are going to add more to that. We don't need We don't need the housing development. We need like proper schooling, proper infrastructure, proper parking lots, and not the housing development. Thank you.
Next, we have CR Anantapali, followed by Manali Desai, and then Sushma Pat.
Good evening, council members. My name is Sagar, and I'm a long-time Milpitas resident, and I'm here to voice my concern regarding the proposed building development project that is being discussed in item number 15. So basically, what I understood is that this is being built on the expense of like commercial complexes that are in and around Landis area. So some of these shopping complexes have been part of our daily lives, and we are like emotionally attached to these shopping complexes. We've been going there on a daily basis. So I would probably recommend to build such affordable housing in areas which don't have to like destroy any of the shopping complexes that we are generally using on a daily basis. And additionally, this is going to cause like traffic congestion and also reduction in like street parking, and also congest our school population as well. Thank you.
Next, we have Manali Desai, followed by Sushma Pak, then Nikunj Vaidya.
Okay. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and all the council members. I'm here to talk about this NCMU proposal. I would like to raise a couple of concerns here. So the proposed zoning for NCMU Landis, which is in the close proximity for the school, which is John Synod School, and this raises concerns over potential safety hazards because of crime, a lot of foot traffic, that will increase a lot of foot traffic, the car traffic, and noise. So for the current residents and the students over there, so I raise concerns for that, and I strongly oppose that. I agree with other residents who has raised concerns over traffic and a lot of potential hazards for the surrounding area in that one. And a couple of points from the presentation where it says that the current parcels are identified for the, considering that it's not single story, but the around residents are single story, and it's impacting the current residents.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm just going to echo all the sentiments of my, fellow neighbors here. I've been a Milpitas resident for 15 years. I used to live in Dempsey, now moved, to the Hillcrest community. And I can tell you, I mean, I'm not a zoner or developer, but I can tell you for me to take a 2-mile, and first of all, there are, we're talking about jobs in Milpitas. I respect your sentiment that we need to have places for, our teachers to live. But for most of us, we have to commute 10 to 15 miles away. And for me to get from my house, which is just 2 miles from 880 at 7 a.m., I'm a healthcare provider. And just for me to get to Santa Clara Valley Medical Center, it's taking me 15 minutes to get to 880. And then the drive from there on 880 is just 5 minutes. So that's just my personal perspective. And schools, everybody has said, my son just graduated from Milpitas High School. And, we had a dream of retiring here, and we are already looking at options. So thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Nikun Vaidya, followed by Vijay Kumar, and then Chandana.
Good evening, respected Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. Thank you for the opportunity for us to voice our concerns. My name is Nikunj Vaidya. I stay in Milpitas for last 18 years. We have been pretty happy, but I vote for disapproving the agenda number 15 item. We have heard about the traffic, parking, and the quality of life that my fellow community members voiced. I would want to address a different set of concerns. We actually just saw the folks, our firefighters, the call agents of firefighters getting an award of 97% of the calls were addressed in 10 seconds. How are we going to do it with the higher amount of traffic that we will increase due to this housing? Number two, we want definitely our teachers and firefighters to stay here with us locally out here. But we don't want the solution to be We want the solution for the employers to raise the salary and not settle it down by giving them low-income homes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Vijay Kumar, followed by Chandana, and then Anurag.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. I'm a Milpitas. My name is Vijay. I'm a Milpitas citizen for over 21 years now. I live in the Landis area predominantly. I'm here to oppose the NCMU proposal. Just please consider the fact that from 2006 to 2015, you had a 10% increase. From 2015 to 2024, you had a 20% increase. So 2.1x increase in housing. Please justify how it's going to impact transit, medical facilities. I go to Mountain View for my medical needs, and I don't see any of that being set. And the infrastructure on Landis is so narrow, as my friends have already mentioned. And also coming to affordable housing needs, from the data that I'm pulling out, you're showing only 154 houses met out of 1,574 houses that were approved. So how can you tell me, how can we help this affordable housing filled properly? Please consider this. Thank you.
Next, we have Chandana Rathan, followed by Anurag, and then Abhishek.
Good evening. So I'm here specifically to talk about the number of students in high school. A quick search on the internet showed that in Santa Clara County, Milpitas High School is highly populated at around 3,100 students. And the next school is at around 2,700 students. And this is not, we have not even included, we don't have the numbers from the new elementary school that we have, Mabel Meadows. I have a sixth grader who's already talking about, getting into high school. And it's getting me really concerned as to, with the number of students that's going to increase, what kind of infrastructure are we going to, provide to our kids who will eventually get into the high schools. When the city is able to provide land and approvals for a private institution to open multiple buildings in Milpitas and even a middle and a high school in the Great Mall complex, what is stopping the city from opening a secondary Milpitas High School? So this is, a big concern for me because I have two kids and I would want them to grow in a close-knit community like Milpitas. Thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you.
Next, we have Anurag Sani, followed by Abhishek Sani, and then John Love. I don't think any of them are here anymore.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is John Love. I work for Chappelle Properties. Chappelle owns and manages the majority of the center behind us, sort of in the town center area. And I came here. I'll reiterate what Planning Director Lee said. We don't have any proposed projects to consider rezoning, or not rezoning, but redeveloping portions right now. But what I wanted to say is that Director Lee invited us as a stakeholder into this process and allowed us to have conversations with him to sort of share our perspective and what that might look like in the future. When you have existing centers, existing development, it's tricky sometimes to create opportunities that might come up in the future. Right now, again, there's nothing, but I wanted to just commend Director Lee and his staff for working with us, and I think that they've been very thoughtful in the way they've approached those opportunities. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Pallavi Pandit, followed by Chintala Deepa Reddy, and then Pujitha.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and all council members. Thank you for listening to us. Thank you, Director, and presenting the proposals that they have. We feel heard a little bit. I disagree with some of the points that were presented today, which was housing cannot go anywhere. I think what we are raising here as a concern is the location of the property is the issue, as it chokes the lifeblood of Milpitas on all three fronts. The major roads that lead in and out of Milpitas, it's already choking. It's concerning to me that if we leave it to the discretion of the property owners as the option to develop housing projects, they would want to be profitable as much as they can. We need to have clear guidelines and rules around it. So location of the properties, why not convert to those commercial properties that are lying around? So I want to revisit that decision so that we don't choke Milpitas as is. And then how will we enforce traffic master plan? I have doubts about that one and a lot of questions around that. I understand the state laws and builders thing, but why was not it considered from the get-go? Why now?
Thank you.
We have Chintala Deepareddy Pujitha and then Babitha.
Just come on up and speak.
Did you mean Sujata or Pujita?
There's a P, it's a Pujita. Is there a Pujita?
Anyways.
I'm trying to track that I've gone through the speaker cards.
Oh, okay. Yeah. So thank you so much, Mayor and Council members, to give us this opportunity to speak. I will not repeat what my neighbors and friends have already spoken, traffic concerns, schools, and, I have those concerns. And I agree with you, Mayor, that, our teachers and firefighters need to live and live in the Bay Area. The only thing that I have not heard is, our plans around public transportation. So, that is something that we can think about, how that would ease the traffic concerns that everybody has. And yes, mixed use development will definitely be good for the environment and sustainability. But also looking at additional locations, like, somebody was mentioning commercial spaces which are not being used could also be looked at. So I would just ask you to consider these points. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Kalpesh, then John Paul and Jelani.
Hello, good evening, council members and fellow neighbors here and showing up here in big numbers. Obviously, I don't want you to talk about the traffic congestion and everything, but I just want to raise a point that as a Milpitas resident, if we go ahead with this particular property development at the Landis Avenue, we will be boxed in. Right now, many of my friends in the neighborhood community member here, in order to go on 680, 880, 101, we always take the Landis Avenue because the condition of the Calaveras and the 237 is extremely bad, and it's going to get even much bad with everybody returning back to the offices as well. If we go ahead with this particular development, even the Landis Avenue would be choked, and then we all will have to work from home and we will be jobless. So my request to everyone here to consider that do we want to box in or box out? Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Jean Paul, followed by Jelani, and then Padma.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. I'm John, and I've lived here for 11 years. And also my neighbors already told everything about the problems. But if we're gonna go through with this affordable housing, my only question is, and how are we gonna be sure or focus on Milpitas residents who works over here? Because that's the thing. We need to focus about Milpitas residents and workers. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I just want to point out something. This is not just about affordable housing. This is about market rate housing. So, because I've heard a couple of comments at affordable housing. I mean, that's part of it. It's 15% of any development has to be affordable, but affordable really is relative because you have to be making over $150,000 a year. So just to make that clear.
Next, we have Jelani, followed by Padma, and then Arti.
Hi, good evening. My name is Jelani Duya, and I have been a resident of Milpitas for 11 years. I would like to express my strong opposition to affordable housing proposals for number 14 and 15. I do not support these developments as I believe they will lead to increased traffic congestions and overcrowding in our local schools. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Padma, followed by Arti, and then Pranav.
Hello, my name is Padma Subbaraya, and I've been a resident for 25 plus years. I want to thank Mr. Lee and the Planning Commission for really trying to make an effort in incorporating the feedback that we had throughout the process. Although I don't like the plan, but I definitely think it is a better plan than what it started out with. Nobody likes overcrowding, but we also understand that, yes, it is a requirement that needs to happen. With respect to this particular project, I have 3 comments. One, for future, I would like better outreach, not just 1,000 feet of residents get notified, but I would like a better outreach to happen through emails, next door, social media, so that more people get involved right from the very beginning. Second, I want to reiterate the traffic congestion problem. I would really appreciate if the council looks into biking, pedestrian options more aggressively, especially at the overpass. The third is for future projects, please protect our hills and keep our open spaces open. Thank you.
Next, we have Arti, Artha, Pranav, and then Mahesh.
Dear council members, my name is Pranav. I am a resident of Milpitas since really long time. I am here to strongly oppose item number 15. The rapid and large-scale development envisioned by item 15 in the agenda could place an unsustainable strain on our existing infrastructure. Our roads are already congested. Significant influx of a new resident will, without corresponding upgrades to the transportation network, and will undoubtedly worsen the issue and leading to the commute times and frustration to all residents. Furthermore, our schools and parks or public services are already operating at capacity. A sudden increase in the population without having a clear and adequate funding plan would lead to chaos, and I request Milpitas council member to consider some other options. Thank you.
Next, we have Mahesh Patil, followed by Ashit, and then Kiran
Good evening.
Karati.
My name is Mahesh. So I strongly oppose this housing project on the Landers number 15, and as already residents have spoken about multiple issues, I don't want to repeat them. I strongly agree with them. So city should consider the other locations, like there's plenty of open space on the McCarthy Ranch and the Walmart area. I don't know what happens if you can go and build all these projects there. I don't think anybody will oppose like the opposition you are seeing now. Yeah, I strongly oppose this project on the Landers area. Thank you.
Next, we have Ashit, followed by Kiran, and then Amber Wong.
Hi everybody, Ashit here. Thank you so much to the team here for making the presentation. That was really informational. It helped us with a lot of details. A couple of things just wanted to bring up. Ms. Mayor, you put about that state is holding you the hostage. Why are we not asking the state the money that you are telling us to build this many housing and affordable thing? Give us the money for building the damn infrastructure. Second thing is that it was said that we cannot go anywhere. That means that, again, we don't have any say on the VTA. Why can't we say the influence the VTA to take it to the right place? That way there is a public transportation over there, right? And the third thing is that around the whole, again, going back to, just like the President Trump has put a stop on the tariffs, we should put a stop for next 9 to 12 months. We have enough number of years to build up, and then build the infrastructure, show the people that there is enough time and effort spent onto this, then build the housing projects. And then next, just to take 5 more seconds, my request to all the people here, go on Twitter and ask Mr. Gavin Newsom to do the right thing from the state side.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Next,
So, I just want to make a quick comment. I wish we had that power to do what you said, but we're limited.
Next is Kiran Karati, followed by Amber Wong, and then Shalini Varma.
Hi, thank you again for your time. I actually like what my neighbor said, which is, hey, Gavin Newsom's just in power until next year. This is the same guy who was in the news today for putting our budget in $2.8 billion for illegal immigration for healthcare. Love him or hate him. Is there any way you could possibly delay this? Because we know when a new government comes in, maybe a government that actually cares about its citizens, that it might impact us and all of you as well. Please consider that if there's any way.
Next, we have Shalini Varma, followed by Anup Prabhu, and then Archana.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I strongly oppose 14 and 15. I don't want any construction to be done on Landis, neither on Dixon Landing. As I had mentioned earlier, the traffic is going to increase, the schools are getting overcrowded. It's going to be harder for us to live. So please think about the residents and stop building affordable housing. We don't want affordable housing, and we just want more parks, hospitals, and open spaces. Thank you.
Next, we have Anup Prabhu, followed by Archana, then Ankith. Okay, then moving on, we have Venkatesh, Vikas, and Sanjeev Kumar. Okay, then we have Chandana. Done. Sean, something with a V? Voltaire Montemayor, then Milan Shah, and then another Ashit Kavaria. Okay, and then Jayesh.
Thank you, Voltaire Montemayor, Milpitas, City Council Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, the Assistant City Manager and stuff. Yeah, we're here. I heard, and I've been here since 1980, so going 45 years. So I've experienced a lot of traffic problems, and the thing is, don't quote me bad, my friends and neighbors, because I think the presentation groups are trying to help everybody, and the city is also helping us. In other words, can we cut across 680? Can we cut going from the 880 direct to Walmart? But there is, it's a big budget to do that. There are ways to solve traffic, and there are benefits that was explained, and they're all there are good explanations. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hey, my name is Milan Shah. I've been living in Milpitas from last 10 years. Lot of properties, lot of new properties gone up in Milpitas and around neighbors, right? To be honest, I'm not happy with that. And with that, there is another discussion going on about the affordable houses, right? So I'll keep it short, and I'll tell, basically I say, like, I concur with all the points that my neighbor had said, right? The design is clashes with a lot of surrounding homes, additional traffic, noise, right? We are not considering all of those. And what we need, basically, we need more schools, more high schools. I agree with some of those points. More parks, right? For our young generations. And with that, being those points, basically, I disapprove. Thank you.
Thank you.
And finally, we have a card for Jayesh. I have no additional public speaker cards, Mayor.
Is there anyone else from the public that would like to come and speak on this item? Come on up. Did you already speak, though? On this item, or you were the previous? Oh, yeah, and this one is okay.
So just like to make one comment. So I agree with your point that you mentioned that we would like to have nurses, teachers and firefighters in our neighborhood, but we are talking about 6,000 plus housing here. So that's where the main concern. And we know how many numbers that we need based on that presentation. They know clearly, but they do not know about the infrastructure. That's where all the confusion and we have all these questions about. So thank you, and that's why we reject this budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to speak on this item? So seeing none, I would like to ask Jay Lee a couple of questions.
Mayor, we need to close the public hearing.
We'll close the public hearing, and then you can come up and speak. Thank you. Thank you, Jay, for that presentation. So I want to focus on the builder's remedy. Okay, so can you tell me how many cities in Santa Clara County have had builder's remedy, which is have had their certification denied or taken away, and how many of units or developments have the developers developed without the say-so of the city? How many cities?
I cannot answer that specific question, but at this, because the numbers are always changing. But right now, the latest that I've seen is that 18 cities in the Bay Area are subject to the builder's remedy. In Santa Clara County, at some point or another, almost every city did not meet the deadline, the HCD's deadline, whereas the city of Milpitas did. So at some point, they were subject to builder's remedy. And in that time, because at some point, these cities ended up certifying their housing element, within that time, most of the cities in Santa Clara County have builder's remedies projects. Los Gatos, Morgan Hill, San Jose, Palo Alto, and more.
And the cities have no say-so on how many, what the height is, or how many units they can build. It's just whatever they want. Is that the case?
I'll defer to our acting city manager for a little more detail and clarity, but generally, you are very limited in what standards you can apply. And if you do want to apply a standard, you have to, I believe, make some kind of a finding or a justification. So, and then they have to be objective. So the discretion is completely gone. Yeah.
All right, thank you very much. So I'm going to open it up for the city council for any comments. I have a Councilmember Chua.
Thank
Was
you,
it
Mayor.
Councilmember Chua?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. I would like to address some of the concerns of the residents and the new ones that I heard this second time around. So can you address there's an issue, the request to delay development. Can you explain a little bit? I know the answer, but I wanted to hear it from you.
Yes, there are several reasons for why we wouldn't want to delay this project. Number one, the funding to ever finish a project like this would be jeopardized. It would probably be gone, so we'd have to find funding elsewhere if we want to implement part of our housing element update. Another reason is that the longer this goes, the state could find that we are not actively trying to plan for more housing or implement our housing element update. But yes, the more we delay it, the less time we have. We also have, because we complied with the housing element early on, we do have a little more time than other cities to rezone housing element sites, but not necessarily every site in the NCMU area. The longer we go with our general plan and our zoning mismatching, that is an opportunity for other developers to come in and propose projects, and we have very limited residential development standards to apply for those projects in that window of time. So those are some of the reasons.
I think the other side of the question is delaying the development on that area on Landis. I don't think, would it be correct if I say this is just a plan and there's no request or there's no developer is asking to develop anything over Landis area? Am I correct, Director Jay?
So yes, this plan is just putting in the policy and the regulations. We don't know when development will happen. It could be right after this project. It could not happen for a decade or more. It's difficult to tell. I do think the one thing we can say is that the majority of the land here requires a high commercial requirement, much higher than what the market is saying is penciling right now. So unless that trend and those conditions change, which usually takes a long time, we don't anticipate much redevelopment in this area for the foreseeable future. But yeah.
Thank you. I got, no, just stay there. Director Renee, can you please just briefly, there is a mention of more bikes. Can you expound a little bit on the bike master plan that we just approved?
Yes, thank you. Renee Lorenzen, Director of Recreation and Community Services. So we recently had the draft bike and pedestrian plan come to the Parks and Recreation Community Services, Cultural Resources Commission. That plan did outline several areas where they're going to make bicycle lane improvements and safer sidewalks for residents. Some of those areas are included in and around the plan areas that Director Lee has outlined in this general plan update.
I just wanted the residents to know that we now have a plan for encouraging more bikes in Milpitas.
That's correct.
Thank you. Oh, go
And
ahead.
if I may add, thank you, Renee.
Thank you, Director Jay.
If I may
Renee.
add, that plan also outlines specific improvements that the city, wants to make to improve our bike facilities. We've already started implementing some of these projects. Our transportation team has done a great job in winning a lot of grant funding, especially lately, to implement some of these projects. So we are actively working, and it's best planning practice to really not put all the burden on vehicular travel, which is actually what the state wants, VMT, which is why they changed the metric. Pedestrian friendliness, bike friendliness. Someone mentioned public transit. That's a great point. We meet with VTA regularly. We always advocate for our city to have better transit facilities. And we have Milpitas Smart. And in all our projects, when there's a nexus and an opportunity, we ask for these kinds of improvements, multimodal improvements to change how we travel, to help with traffic.
Got it. Can I call on Chief Gerard, please? Police Chief Gerard. There are concerns about safety if some residential in the Landis area again, about safety because it's near school, and also right now you mentioned about the dispatchers we're getting response time in 6 seconds or something. So can you please address that? That's a concern from them.
Yeah, thank you for the question, Councilmember Jared Hernandez, serving as your police chief. As far as crime statistics, I don't have crime statistics for that specific area, but I think anecdotally speaking, when you increase population, then you likely increase calls for service to the police department. Will that change how effectively they do their job? I can't specifically say. All I can say is that where you have more people, you usually have more calls.
In this particular area, the way I understand it, the potential, the maximum that they can build is 60 units. If you bring up that slide, the last slide of the presentation, what do you think of a 60 units impact to the call of service?
I think that few units, it would be minimal. Could it? It could. I mean, we have single residences in the city that accumulate a lot of our time. But for 60, if we're talking about 60 units, it's not a significant impact where it's going to delay us in response times for the most part.
Can we bring up that last slide, please?
They're working on it, Councilmember.
Thank you, Chief Gerard. That was very helpful.
Thank you.
I just want to see that. The last one, before the recommendations.
If we could go back a couple slides, forward a couple slides, I mean. Are you looking for the one with the map on it, Councilmember?
Backwards. I think we
The
go
one
back
that
a few
says-
slides.
The one that summarizes the number of units.
27.
there. So the concern that I heard from the residents is majority of them are from the Landis area. I just want to make this clear. Dixon Land, I mean, I want to focus on Landis for now. So Landis, Director J, correct me if I'm wrong, you said one acre is 60 units. So is this 1 acre, the one in yellow, MCMU Landis? Or
Yes.
that is 1 acre,
Yes.
potential for a residential development.
Is the likely parcel. Not necessarily, like all the parcels, well, not the blue one, not the Bolero
The yellow
self-storage,
one.
but the red and the pink, that area, there's potential for residential, as there is even now. But we believe that the one in the border, yellow border, is the one that's most likely.
What's in it now? The pinkish purplish.
I don't exactly remember what is in that. I think it's a 2-story building with some medical offices and
So
stuff.
there's
And-
something there.
Yeah, and I just want to point this analysis, what we needed to do was come up with a reasonable analysis of likely development, because I mean we know all of these areas are not going to develop. So when we're looking at 2 aspects, one, what is a likely build out scenario to study under the CEQA? And the second is in analyzing the housing element, and if we're meeting the housing element goal, program 15, we had to make a reasonable assumption that, you know, how much is going to redevelop.
Yeah,
Now,
I understand
this
that.
one
I understand.
specific site is not like, you know, it was more that, you know, it's
I understand.
likely that
I got
one
you.
site out of
Based on your
many.
professional opinion and based on statistics and data, this is most likely the area, the 1 acre that will be developed
Yes,
for
like-
residential units.
Yeah, it might not be
MUS.
that
I
specific
got you.
property, but it could be
Yeah,
other.
I got you. So as far as your this is a forecast.
Yes.
So nobody knows, right? So, I mean, with the data and some assumption and professional opinion, in the best of your knowledge, this will be the area that will be developed for housing in this particular community. That's all I wanted to say. So the other ones, the Landis one, Director J, can you expound on that a little bit? 204 units?
For Dixon Landing.
Yes, please.
And similarly, the parcels highlighted in yellow are the ones we anticipate to redevelop. The red areas with the supermarket, we don't see, and the success there, we don't see that changing over. Even the pink areas, we're requiring a ground floor commercial, which makes things harder for retailers, or I mean for developers. But also those parcels are pretty shallow and they're smaller, so it's not as easy to develop as well. Those parcels, we focused on those because we have had conversations with the property owner, and they are currently, for the most part, vacant or underutilized. So we looked at the existing condition to help determine what we think would likely turn over, and also interest from the owners.
Give me your opinion on the timeline. If I'm a developer, I come to the city of Milpitas July 1st. How long will it take for me to develop something like the Dixon Landing one?
So if they were to submit a project for planning permits right after this goes into effect, if it goes into effect, they'd have to go through the planning review process. It depends on environmental
What's
issues.
the average standard?
I would think because you would most likely need hearings as well. Like it'll be at least 6 months, maybe closer to a year, and then you'd have to go through the building permit process, which probably is another year. Because not only do you have to get the building permit issued and approved, like the plans, the construction plans, you have to also start constructing and then inspections along the way, like all of that could take some time. So
How long? How
maybe
many
like 2
years?
years if I were to put a guess to it.
2 years, that's very aggressive, right?
Potentially, yes.
Okay. I think that's all I have for what I heard for this. Thank you. Thank you both so much. Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. And anyone else? Any other council members that want to make any comments? We have Lynn. Councilmember Lynn.
Thank you, Mayor. So I've heard several things: traffic, school, and having the risk of our housing element decertified. Also, the infrastructure. The schools, the demographer has a study done. Now, we have the capacity to take more students. Have you reached out to Superintendent Jordan to see if this project goes through? Is the capacity still stands for having these many units?
Great question, Councilmember Leanne. I have spoken with Cheryl Jordan and also the MUSD's demographer. And yeah, we shared with, well, and actually to back up, we communicate with the demographer every year. The demographer asks us, what are the upcoming development projects? What are the upcoming zoning, long-range plans? They are very well aware of everything that's happening in the city. We communicate with them regularly so they know what development to expect. But also for this project specifically, I reached out and they confirmed that their enrollment numbers are actually declining in every district except for the 2 that are near the BART area, because it makes sense. That's where we've had the most new housing development in those areas. But they confirmed that everywhere else enrollment numbers are actually declining. So there wasn't much concern about that. And even if the numbers were to increase, it would actually help them with funding, but also they confirmed that there would be additional capacity at all the schools.
And the next question I have is the overcrowding of a high school. Would you share with the audience here, there is an innovation campus, and I believe if I'm correct, that facility can take up to 800 high schoolers. Is that correct?
On it, I do not know how the capacity for the innovation campus. Maybe somebody else does, but I apologize. I don't have the number. I apologize, but I could find it.
Okay. Thank you. Well, we can check that with Superintendent Jordan. Thanks, Director. Thank you, Mayor.
That would like to speak? Councilmember Lamb?
Yes. Thank you, Mayor. I want to remind the residents, including the mayor and all the council members, we all live in Milpitas as well. We know the traffic issues. We understand the infrastructures issues. I asked the same questions to the staff number of times. Perhaps Jay, you could repeat what you think about the infrastructures. Before I continue my comment.
Thank you, Councilmember Lamb. I do have an answer for the Innovation Campus, 500 students. But in terms of the infrastructure, we understand that in an ideal world, we would want to build all the infrastructure ahead of time. The difficulty is that we need funding to do that. And funding comes from, I guess, taxes, impact fees, especially with the impact fees. We don't collect them until after development comes in. So I do sympathize. I wish we could build everything right now in anticipation of the future. And then once it's built, it's like perfectly ready. But that's just not how development works in any city. And also the other big factor is we need to also understand what projects are coming in at what time and what impacts there would be, and then implement these capital improvements accordingly. it would just be difficult to try to guess what would happen without knowing when these projects would come in and how many, and then trying to right size and fit, and we may potentially end up wasting a lot of money. We may not make the right improvements. We may be making them prematurely, and we know we're in a difficult financial situation. So just the way that development works is that development comes in, we collect the impact fees, we make the improvements, and that continues.
Thank you, Jay. Let me continue my comment. As Mayor mentioned earlier, a lot of things is not up to us. There are consequences if we don't approve this housing plan. There are major consequences. We could lose grants, and also developer could come in and build projects without following our guidelines. That would be even worse. So yes, we all doesn't want to see more traffics. We have infrastructure issues, perhaps, but the consequences could be worse. If we don't approve it, the state could come down on us, and developer comes in, and we don't have a say, and they don't even have to follow our plans. So, like the mayor was saying, our hands are tied. And then one other comment I want to make is on those projects or those plans. As far as parking wise, can we up the number of parkings?
Yes, I can answer that question. We actually increased the parking ratios from what we presented at the Planning Commission because we heard both the community and also the Planning Commission with their concerns with the parking. So even though this area probably has some more units than other areas, we are applying the citywide standard. The citywide standard for these projects as well, which is higher than what was previously proposed, even back last year as well. But in terms of parking, I also want to mention one caveat to all this. The state also has already passed laws that provide many, many exemptions for housing projects from our parking standards. These standards that we're putting here today will only apply if they don't qualify for these other exemptions. But there are many ways to reduce the parking nowadays. State density bonus law, proximity to transit. There's a lot of, I won't go into detail, but there's a lot of ways to actually reduce the parking requirement anyways. So I just want to clarify that, not just to show that like we can do our best, we will do our best in case, because there are some projects that will not be qualified, but many will be, and the parking requirement, it's out of our hands.
Okay, one other comment I want to make is, if we cannot delay this plan, can we make the plan more advantageous to Milpitas? So when developer come in and try to develop housings, they would not make as much profits. So it makes the project less profitable for developers.
I would say we do something similar, not just through this project, but just I think our general overall policies and regulations in our city. For example, our affordable housing ordinance with our 15% requirement, our development impact fees. But with impact fees, you need to have a nexus. And a lot of our plans actually identify many improvements, which is why maybe some of our impact fees might be quite high because we identified so many improvements. So I do think we are trying our best to collect as much development fees and use that to complete capital improvement projects. So I think we are doing that kind of outside the purview of this project. But within the project, the only other way I can think of doing that is through some sort of incentives-based zoning, where like if you do this, you get, some relaxation of standards. But like you have to provide these community benefits. But it's a trade-off. It's a give and take. It's difficult to just ask for more without a trade-off. Then nothing will really happen anyways.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lam. Is there anyone else that would like to make any more comments on this? We have we have Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
Agree with Councilmember Lam. I live in Milpitas too for decades. I raised my children here, and I've breathed the same air as you did, and suffered the same complexity in the traffic. Right. Well, this is a very informative night, and I hope the people that came didn't go home, or at least they're watching at home, because sometimes knowledge, sometimes the information that you receive explains and self-answer questions that we have. Right? Same thing. Prior to me serving you as your council member, I asked the same questions. But when I started to get involved, when I started to understand processes, situations, and what's going on, then I tend to understand, and that questioning that I had becomes participation, like what you're doing now. You participate, and we together try to solve the situation. Look at the facts. The state is showing these rules and laws to us. We have to comply with, we have to match our general plan with our zoning. We have time elements in doing this, and we get punished if we don't do this, right? And I'll give the staff credit, especially Jay's team. This is not an overnight presentation. It's over years. That's what planning for a city is. This idea may have developed 5 years ago, 10 years ago, and now we're trying to catch up with the whole state on its housing programs. So here we are today, right? So what staff has developed, and I truly agree with them, is to find areas in the city where there is less impact, where we're compromising, where there's less impact on the consequences of something that we cannot control. And it's not just mini, mo, right? But it's something that they have studied. We do spend on studies. We look at the effects of property tax revenue versus sales tax. We look at demographics. We look at infrastructures on top or under, right? Where to build more of these structures, where infrastructures, sewage, and whatnot are ready to support it, instead of building it in some part of what we believe in Milpitas is not developed yet, or far from our home. So understanding what's going on will set us free. And this good planning that we have, we might not see it tomorrow, but we'll see it in the next 5 or 10 years down the road. That's what good planning is. So the areas that the NCMUs, 1, 2, or 3, right, are the designated and compromise areas in Milpitas where we can comply with state laws and other rules that pushes us to have a vision about housing. And we do have some control now. If we act now, we can devise ordinances like the affordable housing, right? We can have probably with things in place, we can develop more ordinance that later on would curb and compromise our desire that the city is so much populated. But we have to start on the first step, and we believe together with the staff that reorganizing the general plan, matching it with the zoning, And these changes and complying with the housing elements and the RENA requirements, is the best thing to do now. And for us, the community, let's just continue to air our concerns, so that we can have a conversation with staff and work things together. Staff listen to the community. They're talking about traffic. We did traffic studies all over the city, right? And then that as traffic study is a factor within which where we are projecting these rezonings for the NCMUs. So I'm fine. We don't want to be discertified with our housing element, and you can Google it. It's called builder's remedy. It's abhorring if you don't act. Look at it. They can just come build things less of our control. So I'm fine with the presentation and project tonight, and you get my vote for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Mayor. So I'd like to say a few comments myself. Milpitas is a unique city. We are located, nestled in between two major freeways, 880 and 680. A lot of people cannot afford to live in Silicon Valley, so they move out to the Central Valley and they come off of 880 and 680. So Milpitas is the crossroads to go to 237, to go to where the jobs are. So it's, and I've heard it tonight, it's the traffic, a lot of traffic impacts, a lot of traffic congestion. We do have a transportation subcommittee, and we do talk about different ways where we can alleviate traffic congestion. We've even talked about looking for new circulation travel sites, transportation sites, also VTA, creating, actually doing it, we're just developed a study for Escuela Parkway, because in the mornings, traffic is horrendous, and after school. So we're looking into that. So traffic is a big problem, and it's always been a problem, but it seems to me that when parents take their kids to school and pick them up, it becomes a bigger problem. And that's in the morning. And then, at 3:45, and that's when people get off work. So all that compounded makes traffic really, really a big issue. Also, we talked about commercial sites, for example, the Landis area. And what's happening is that our whole economic system is changing. People are buying more online, and that's why a lot of these commercial developments are going downhill. Businesses are moving out. I mean, you just have to look at the one on Park Victoria and Landis. It used to be a bustling place. You had Lucky's there, but now the companies have moved out because more people are buying online, and that's the future. Even Great Mall is in the future. In the next 10 years, they're going to be taking out some of the retail and putting in housing. So I think you mentioned, Lee, that's the future. But what we have to start thinking is, how smart can we make sure that that development is smart development? I don't want builder's remedy to just come in, the developers, because they're only there for a profit. I don't want them to come in and just build, haphazard, all these 10-story buildings. I want to protect, I want to make sure that we have some say-so in it. Our hands are tied. We can't control what the state is doing. And again, I'm going to use this metaphor, you're barking at the wrong tree. It's the state legislators, the people that you vote for are the ones that pass these laws. Gavin Newsom, all these, we have no control. And it's sad because they took away our local control, and we can't do much about it. But we do have control about how we can zone these areas and put a higher FAR, which is a floor area ratio, to discourage developers from wanting to build there, because they'll say, oh, well, you have a high floor ratio, I want to build more units because that means more money. But if you have a higher floor ratio, it'll discourage them. So on the Landis area, I would like to increase that floor area ratio because it's near a freeway. And I don't know if we can still do that. But that's one of the sites that I've heard tonight is the Landis area where the Lucky's used to be. Because right there, that a lot of traffic comes from 680. People that move to the Central Valley come through on 680, cut across to Montague. That's a huge impacted area. But if we can look into increasing the floor area ratio, just to discourage developers from wanting to build there. Again, it's the lesser of the two evils. I'm going to go ahead and vote for this, but I would like for you to see about increasing the floor area ratio at the Landis. So those are my thoughts. What else did I want to say? The widening of Calaveras, that was supposed to happen. It's not happening. But I do want the city to start looking into some better circulation areas for traffic. The school district at one time, I was raised here in Milpitas since '64. Buses used to take us to school. School districts are not required to bus kids to school anymore. We have to depend on VTA. I would like to see VTA start providing free transit for students, for high school students. And again, VTA is financially strapped, so that's not going to happen anytime soon. But we as a city, what we can start doing is looking for different circulation areas to alleviate some of that traffic. And I'm glad we have a SMART program. That's one. We do have the VTA, and we have the new bike lanes that are going to be coming in, and we have the BART. But again, the traffic is pretty bad. It gets congested. And, I've always believed that transportation and housing it's a symbiotic relationship. They go hand in hand. So we have to start thinking about that. So are there any more comments, questions? We have a Councilmember Lamb.
Yes. Sorry if I may. We are 2 minutes until 11. And so it may be beneficial at this juncture to take a motion to continue the business past 11.
How long do you think it'll take us for the other items?
There's one item left after this, and staff can do the presentation in 10 minutes.
Okay. So was there a motion to continue? We have
So approved.
We have Councilmember Chua that has made a motion to continue after 11. Is there a second? Second. And then we have a second by Councilmember Lin. Okay, the call for the vote. City Clerk?
Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
In fairness with the council member, the staff, I vote no.
To continue, it's going to be about 10 minutes.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
Let's do that again. Yes.
Councilmember Chua.
In fairness to Tegan and the arts team and Director Renee, we want to continue past 11 p.m.
Councilmember Lamb.
Yes.
Councilmember Lian.
Yes.
Mayor Montano.
And I am a yes. Okay, go ahead, Councilmember Lamb.
Yes. Okay. Let's say we approve this plan, and how long do you think this will be on the master plan, and then before the next revised version?
So part of the goal of this plan, I think the immediate goal is for the next 8 years, 2023 to 2031. Once we get to 2031, I think we'll have a better idea of how successful it's been, at least from the state's perspective. And I think we will know then better if we feel like we need to make another change. But we're hoping that this
Let me rephrase
longer.
the question. Based on what criteria the city staff would make changes to the plan?
Sorry, just to, Councilmember, do you mean in the future, like every 5 years, or what criteria will we be evaluating the success of this plan off of? Okay.
Yes, and that's something that is a good idea. We can monitor, as developments come into these areas to see how many units are coming in. For example, if there's no redevelopment that happens whatsoever, then maybe we need to think about, making it more easy to redevelop. But let's say a lot of redevelopment happens, then maybe, we can adjust. If, every parcel for whatever, or like a lot of parcels are redeveloping very quickly. I think it would depend on how the development is happening.
Why would we make changes to the plan that make it easier
To develop?
to develop?
Because the state not only wants you to plan for these number of units, but to also build. If it's still completely infeasible and nobody is coming in, I'm not saying we would do that. I'm saying that's something that we would consider. But I don't know at the moment.
And can I also add that on an annual basis, we come to council with an update on our housing element and the progress we're making towards meeting those RENA goals, as well as an update on our general plan and the progress we're making towards meeting our general plan goals. And so as during one of those annual updates, if we're not seeing progress in this area, we can bring that as a discussion item for council.
And thank you. And also program 15. It calls for 200 units in the NCMU areas. So we still would want that to happen. If no redevelopment happens, then we're not achieving program 15. The 200 affordable units in the NCMU areas.
Right, but we have a plan together, but if there are no developments in Milpitas, would the state come down on us?
The consequences are probably less if we plan for it at least.
Yeah.
Most cities do not meet their RENA obligations because it's very difficult.
Right.
We are just subject, there's different tiers of conformance, and there's two main tiers, and I believe like Milpitas previously was in the middle. There are some, like with certain types of projects, like SB 35, for example, like you're subject to a different set of rules than a city that's not even close. So, yeah, sorry.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lam. So I'm glad you asked that question about the plan. So I had requested for you to come back and to try to increase the FAR to discourage development. When would that come back?
I think there's a couple of options. We could potentially just make the change now, or we could kind of and see what happens and then adjust accordingly. I wouldn't necessarily put a timeline on it unless we know for sure that that's what we want to do.
And what are your recommendations? Do you think it'll make a difference?
I think that I would lean towards monitoring. I think as Director Lee's indicated already, especially in the Landis area, most of that 1 acre parcel is the one that we really see developing. I would suggest we monitor over time, and then maybe in our annual reports to council on how we're progressing, we can indicate if we see any changes might be necessary.
And I think one kind of point to make is if we make the change for the NCMU designation in the general plan, it applies to all the areas. So I would agree with Assistant City Manager that it would be better to monitor because we'd have to make the change wholesale.
I see. Okay. Okay. So is everybody okay? Oh, we have Councilmember Lam has this.
Yeah. If I understand correctly, the developer has to follow our plans. If they make changes from our plan and we don't approve, the development will not go through.
So is the question like, let's say this project gets adopted and then development comes in. If they don't meet our requirements, yeah, we would not approve those projects. I mean, there's always ways to, like, any regulation has ways to ask for variances, exceptions, and things like that. So there is a baked-in process for deviating from certain things, but not like those are usually like development standards. It's a different thing to try to change the zoning or do something completely different. But there's always ways to get exceptions, density bonus, for example.
And Jade, those would typically go to council, right?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councilmember Lamb. I'm hoping that, because it's all us, the governor and the state legislatures that are pushing for this, and I'm hoping that if we get a new governor or new leadership, that things will change and give the power back to the cities so we can get our local control back. All right, thank you very much. Let's, I guess, call for a vote. Actually, a motion.
We also need the city attorney to read aloud the title of the ordinance.
I'm going to read the ordinance.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think as part of the proposal was to, for the reading of the ordinance and to waive further reading, which would be part of the recommendation. So this is an ordinance entitled, An Ordinance of the City Council of the City of Milpitas amending Chapter 10, Section 6 of Title 11 of the Milpitas Municipal Code relating to the establishment of the Neighborhood Commercial Mixed Use (NCMU) zoning district and Town Center (TC) subdistricts, and amending the zoning map designation of certain parcels within the zoning map.
Is there a motion? Can we have Councilmember Vice Mayor Barbadillo? Second. We have Councilmember Lin has seconded, and now we'll call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo?
Aye.
Councilmember Chua?
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb?
Aye.
Councilmember Lian?
Aye.
Mayor Montano?
And I'm an aye. Okay. And so now, Community Services and Sustainable Infrastructure City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. I'd like to invite Director Renee Lorenzen to the podium and for a presentation, to receive a presentation on the draft Public Art Master Plan. And this item tonight is for your feedback and input. We're not asking for any decisions tonight. If we can get the presentation loaded up.
Good evening, Mayor and City Council members. Renee Lorenzen, Director of Recreation and Community Services. I'm here tonight with our consultant, Designing Local, and the founder and managing partner, Amanda Golden. We'll be going through comprehensively, yet expeditiously, through these slides for you all on the Public Art Master Plan review.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As Renee shared, my name is Amanda Golden. I am the Managing Principal of Designing Local. We'll click through these slides very quickly. You can go ahead and go to the next slide. This is just a slide kind of talking about what we're going to review tonight, primarily focused on the community engagement, what we heard and how that has provided us a mandate for how we will move forward with recommendations for the Public Art Master Plan. Next slide. Just a quick little background about who Designing Local is. We are doing this all over the country and have been for over 10 years. And so we come with a significant base of knowledge and understanding of how these things play out in different communities all over the country. Our firm comes to this process with urban planning experience, public art, arts and culture, landscape architecture, preservation, and urban design skills. So we're really coming at it from a holistic standpoint. Next slide. Click one more slide. We have spent the last almost year working here in Milpitas, and we have asked a number of folks to provide feedback to us on what their vision for public art is in their city. We have spent time in community where we have asked folks for one-on-one conversations where we're focused on hearing from them about what they want in their neighborhoods and in their parks and at their entry points. And then we've gone to the broader community where we've used artists to think through and help us communicate with different folks in the community, asking them what their vision for public art might be. We have provided some feedback to the public and asked for feedback on that as well. And you can go to the next slide. And we're here tonight with kind of the culmination of all of that content. One of the biggest, you can click through one more slide. We found over and over again that everyone is describing Milpitas as a culturally expansive, family-oriented city with a strong park system and a proximity to the Bay Area. You can read the rest of it, but I think that you have heard over and over again tonight how important family and high-quality experiences are to your residents. And I think that this vision that we are casting for public art is no different than what you've heard from the community tonight over and over in all of the different items. Overall, the community is really seeking a vibrant, highly diverse public art collection that still maintains your small town feel that all of you love and care about here in Milpitas. Next slide. Let's kind of click through. You can just go to the vision statement and guiding principles. There's 3 clicks through. One of the things that you'll see in your packet is when we begin to ask people kind of how they felt about the current collection and what it represented about their community, we found that people were strongly neutral about the collection itself. And so it's important for us to kind of think through and share that the public art should continue to embrace the community's many cultures and backgrounds that exist, and that we found in the community conversations that there's a strong desire for the public art to reflect community identities, values, and your broader community. Next slide. So because of that, we're recommending with the vision statement that Milpitas will be a city where public art is as dynamic and inclusive force that fosters belonging among all, reflects Milpitas' diverse population, and deepens the quality of life for all residents. We're going to do that through a number of different ways. Next slide. We're going to make sure that the public art is visually vibrant. Folks want to make sure that the public art is sparking curiosity in your community and is really engaging different age groups and folks from different backgrounds. We want to make sure that the artwork is inclusive, meaningful, and positive, meaning that it's always sparking joy and is uplifting and is quite peaceful. Next slide. We have a number of project recommendations that you'll see, and I'll just kind of click through them. And I know that you may have questions about them specifically, but for time's sake, I want to click through them rather quickly. The first project that we're recommending in the plan is a stair mural at Hidden Lake Park leading up to the reservoir. The next one is a hillside activation. We really want to highlight all of your beautiful geologic features and celebrate those in different ways. The next interaction that we're recommending is intersection placemaking in downtown. This is something that the public was especially excited about. Our next project that we're recommending is digital billboard that provides opportunities for artists to participate in a rotating art experience. This experience would be digital, therefore artists from all different types of backgrounds could participate in this art making. The next is median sculpture, specifically on Jacqueline, Abel, and North Milpitas Boulevard. Again, that would provide some variety to people's experiences in their car when they are sitting there and commuting. The next is about path enhancements. There's a number of opportunities for these paths to create something that people want to come see and experience over and over again. The next is some temporary projects on Hetch Hetchy Trail, something that is exciting, providing opportunities for things to be both temporary and permanent. We are also exploring an expanded utility box program throughout the community. You'll see that we're recommending a different application of the utility box program and a different extension of what you currently have, which I think is a really exciting opportunity. And then the last couple are functional art and social spaces, which the community was also very excited about, which means how do we begin to integrate art making and artists and developing things that you need in your park system. So benches, trash cans, light poles, bike racks, shade structures. The community was also very excited about those things. Next slide. We're also recommending that public art be placed in your skate park. That's a high impact opportunity that provides an opportunity for a lot of color, a lot of joy, and a lot of excitement in a highly utilized location. Next slide. And finally, some utility pole activation. So there are a number of different ways in which you can activate utility poles that are very low cost but high impact, providing consistent experiences as you're driving either in your car, on your bike, or on foot. It could either be sculpture or they could be vinyl pieces that are applied. When we asked the community, next slide, which of these they were most excited to see, overwhelmingly folks said functional art, artwork at intersections, and then artwork on your trail system. I don't think that's probably surprising to any of you. The next few slides we're going to quickly breeze through. These are the themes. What are people actually wanting to see? So the things we've just talked about are the locations and specific ideas at locations. And finally, these ideas that we're going to share are specifically around themes and topics that could be explored. Next slide. Over and over again, we heard that your multicultural community should really be celebrated in a number of different ways. And so exploring different ways to say welcome or friendship and all the different languages that are spoken in Milpitas could be a really wonderful way to celebrate your community. The next is the Gathering House. We heard over and over again that Milpitas is home. We have heard that again tonight over and over and over again. It's so important to maintain that feeling of home, of safety, and of comfort. And so we want to celebrate that through evoking images of home. The next is a land of sunshine, fruit, and flowers. We did not hear that people wanted to see exhibits specifically related to your history, but we do want to acknowledge your fertile past and your farming past, and make sure that we're really celebrating all of the things that are coming from this area when it comes to agriculture products. Same goes for the next slide, which is the land of sunshine, fruit, and flowers. And then finally, we heard over and over again that Milpitas is consistently changing. People are always moving, always in motion. And so that was something that we heard from the community that should be celebrated here as well. When we asked the community again about which themes they were most excited to see, folks were most excited about a common language and about this theme of always being in motion. So how are we going, next slide, how are we going to phase this plan out, and what are the strategic recommendations that we're going to follow in order to realize this plan? Tonight, we're bringing to you some updated policy and ordinance updates where we're asking you to consider those. We have performed an audit of the collection, both from its value and from each of their current states, and we understand what the appropriate maintenance treatments may be. We are also recommending that there is an expanded public art funding mechanism to make sure that your public art funding is sustainable and has a life past what your current fund has within it. We are also recommending that you spend significant time building your relationships with other entities who could also be a partner in implementing public art. And finally, we want to make sure that folks know about your collection and have access to that collection. Next slide. In the plan, you'll see that there are a number of case studies. We're trying to illustrate both your public commitment to public art, which is currently 1.5% of your capital improvement projects, but we also are trying to illustrate where private development might be able to kind of close the gap on some of the funding needs that your program has. We've provided that case study in here, and we're recommending an additional 0.5% increase to increase you to 1.5%, which would match your contribution. You can see that your neighbors are somewhere between that 1% and 2% on their private development assessment as well. And we'll be happy to answer more questions about that if you have those. And then next slide, please. So finally, here's a kind of a thematic summary of what the recommendations are going to be. Again, we are really seeking community-centric, inclusive, and accessible public art and building that collection out to reflect that. We know that there should be a number of opportunities for local artists and really providing opportunities for folks in this area to expand their careers and create art for this community. We want to make sure that the regional context of Milpitas remains strong, that you all continue to have an identity that is rooted in arts and culture and celebrating your cultural identity. We want to make sure that the placement of any public art in the future is strategic and thoughtful, especially as you begin to have redevelopment opportunities in your community and as you begin to think about parks as continuing to be a strong amenity of your community. Collaboration with other organizations is so integral to the sustainability of this program. And finally, we want to ensure that there is a sustainable funding mechanism for the program. In your plan appendix, next slide, there are a number of different reports that we'd be happy to answer any questions on, but just to call attention to those, there's a collection assessment, a collection appraisal report. There are those case studies that we just provided a quick slide on. And then there is a percent for art recommended draft update to that policy, as well as to your ordinance. And then the next slide is primarily to ask for feedback on any of these key strategies that you might have for us. And I believe we stayed right at 10 minutes.
Thank you very much for your presentation. So now we'll call for the public comment. Open up your public comment. Thank you, Mr. Montemayor.
Oh, great presentations. For me, it's more of that. For me, if I go like the Super Bowl, I want to see Milpitas. But do we have a PRT or a drive around service? Because we want Milpitas to be a tourist spot someday. Thank you.
Thank you.
Please go to the other microphone.
Welcome.
Thank you so much. This was very refreshing, and we should have maybe done it before we started all that stuff to get the great thing. But just one feedback, to provide. I had last visited my country, in my hometown of Gujarat, from the west coast of India, and we had seen that there were many walls where the local artists were able to use that portion of a wall. So combine the art with some social message along with that. So maybe that's just something to consider along with it, like grow more trees, or to the youth, like no smoking or no weeds, or engage more community and friendship. So something like that, if you can combine that, I think that would be awesome. But this is very great. Thank you so much for doing it.
Thank you. Yeah, like some message, right? Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so I don't see anybody else from the public. Okay, welcome.
Good evening. My name is Rafael. I tried to present my idea for new city park at least 3 times in the last 2 years. Sent emails, left my business card, visited the office. Nobody was ever there to listen to me or look at the presentation that I had in mind. And I believe this would be pretty big project in a sense, city park. It's empty, weeds and trees are growing right now. But with collaboration with people that do artistic art and some metalworking and such, I guess we could have a place where old people would happily go there with children and everyone would be happy, perhaps get some food from the vendors that bring in those little trucks or whatever, and that would kind of pay for itself.
So I guess you can speak with our director and give her your ideas of where you think this park should be and so forth.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Get in touch with her. You can get in touch with him. Thank you. Okay, so any more public comments? If not, back to the city, we'll close this. We'll close public comments and we'll go to the city council. Any comments from the city council? We have Councilmember Chua.
Thank you, Mayor. I like it all, so what can I say? And I also like the gentleman that said about having a social message. I think that is spot on. And thank you. Great job on this one. I would like to see that art on Hidden Lake and also over at Jacqueline, everywhere. It's really nice. Congratulations. I like it. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Chua, anyone else? Okay, I'd like to say a couple of comments. So thank you for your presentation. And, I'm really an advocate for art. back in 2014, as you know, I created the arts ordinance for a developer to put in art, and I'm so glad that we're increasing that to 1.5. So that's, well, yeah, more than likely we'll all pass that. So I know the city of Sunnyvale is doing a fantastic job because Mayor Klein, he's also an art lover. He loves art, so we're synonymous, right? Thank you so much for your presentation. I'd like to see a lot of murals, and I'm hoping that the pillars, how are those coming along with the?
Yes,
Well-
thank you for the question, Mayor. So SB 456 is going back to one of the Senate review committees on April 21st. But the initial review was favorable, so we're hoping for some good news in the
Okay,
next
great.
few weeks.
Looks like it's moving forward. I hope so. If not,
Yeah.
yeah, we'll just have to figure something out. Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Mayor, could I ask Director Lorenzen to clarify something? And so we're receiving feedback today, and based on the feedback, we'll bring back the master plan for adoption, possibly at the next council meeting. Regarding the increase for the art for private development, if the master plan is adopted as is, we would receive that as direction to prioritize coming back to council with that new ordinance at a future date, right?
Correct. Yes. And we would want to do that quickly, but well done so that we can capture any of those new fees that would come in because of a change in the ordinance.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, so next we'll move on to our announcements and future agenda items. So City Manager, do you have any comments?
Thank you, Mayor and City Council. No, I just wanted to mention two items that most folks are already aware of that are coming up this week. One is tomorrow evening, we have a community budget town hall that is intended to present what's already been presented to council to the community. It's a hybrid meeting, and so to make sure that they're receiving what the council has received regarding presentations on the budget. And then Thursday evening, it's likely on your calendars, is our annual Commissioners Recognition event. And so those are the announcements I have for this evening.
Thank you very much. And now the City Council, do you have any comments? We have
I just have one
Councilmember
quick
Chua.
one. For the list, I would like to recommend to bring back the posting of the colors by Boy Scout. There were some, as far as I know, there are 3 Boy Scout organization in Milpitas, and I reach out to one and they're okay with it, and another one we're reaching out. It's going to be alternating responsibility, like we do with our prayers. So it's not a burden to one group. So they're excited about it, and I think it will be good for the kids to have it back. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Anyone else? Do we need a consensus for that?
Yes.
Okay.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Chua,
Yes.
Councilmember Lamb,
Yes.
Councilmember Leon,
Yes.
Mayor Montano.
And I am a yes. Any more comments? With that, meeting is adjourned. Good night, everyone. Wow, 11:30.